Hello. Kia ora, everybody. Kia ora, kia ora, kia ora. Hi, Ramai. Yo, baby walk. How are you? How are you? Da 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 da. Da da da. Da 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 da. Hey, Michael. Yo, Rudolph. What up, son? What up, son? How the heck are you, son? Salam, Jujus. Salam. Salam. Yeah. Come on in, everybody. Come on. Shimon. Shimon. I'm good, thank you. I'm good, thank you, Jujus. How are you? Recovering from a back injury I got because of a massage chair. Oh my! You got a back injury on a massage chair? That's some meta shit. So oh wow! Amazing. A back injury on a massage chair, everybody. That's next level. Sore from gym and can't afford classes, but otherwise can't complain. Nice. Kia ora, my clothes brush. Sore from gym and can't afford classes, but otherwise can't. Like classes at the gym? No coyotes or javelina on my way to the carton. Nice, Shanna. Nice. Hey, Sahali. Hello. Oh, like school? I see. Welcome, folks. Holy cannoli. Holy cannoli. How are we? Are we all feeling good? Are we all feeling fine? Cause I'm not. Because there's a lot of shit happening. There's a lot of shit happening. It's just bad, guys. It's just bad. It's just horrible. What's happening around the world at the moment. I'm as good as a loser American can be. Oh, good on you. Wait, who's that? Who's this gym guy? Talk about a dad joke, eh? I don't know whether to be angry about that joke or... Hey, Decrepit, welcome. Nice. Okay. Here we go, everybody. We're going to start off with Venezuela tonight, because it's a horrific thing that's happening there. I just want to show you guys a video that I put out a little while ago. This is fucking insane. I want to show all of you an example of the tragic situation in Venezuela right now. So this is my X account, and I found a whole bunch of tweets talking about people who were missing yesterday in Venezuela on the ground. People are posting right now and asking about their missing relatives. Can you help us? They're our friends. We're still searching for Michelle Sands. Oh my goodness. We've got Oscar here who's missing as well. Oh my gosh. My bandmate of more than 20 years and his family have not been able to be contacted since the earthquake occurred. They live in LaGuardia, URB, Belo Horizonte in Playa Grande. Son of the late Jose Visconti. Any information would be greatly appreciated. There's just so many, guys. Do you know anything about her? Valeria Ostos lives in Carabaleda. She was with her family, her grandmother, her mom, and her 13-year-old brother. Oh man. Elizabeth Romero de Rubio, she's missing, resides at Playa Grande residence, LaGuardia. And the crazy thing is they're even putting up their phone numbers on social media. People are desperate right now. A friend trying to find her missing family members. Luce de Marquez, 38, Angela Velasquez, 18, Aaron Velasquez, 12. Oh my goodness. He is the uncle of a dear friend. Any information is appreciated. Look at this, guys. There's just so many people missing. It is an absolute tragedy. Now, based on a USGS assessment, we're looking at anywhere between 10,000 to 100,000 people killed. 10,000 to 100,000 people. There are so many on X right now. So many of these profiles. Request for information. Information is requested about Maria Fernanda Rey Rujano. I'm trying to locate one of my closest friends. Her name is Orayunis Valentina Godoy. She lives in Playa Grande, LaGuardia. LaGuardia's like leveled, guys. It's so freaking bad. Oh my gosh. Like they're literally just doxing themselves because they're so desperate. They're so desperate to find their loved ones, their family members. It's unthinkable what's happening. Pin High building in LaGuardia. If anyone has any information, please write to me. It's the mom of a friend. If you can repost this tweet. All of these tweets are translated, so they'll all be in Spanish. See, translated from Spanish. Hey, Alexi. Please, if anyone knows where the people rescued from the Petunia building, Los Palos Grandes, Chacao, are being taken. Oh my goodness, dude. These are so many lost. Valeria Alejandra Astier Moreno. My goodness. Children, so many children, so many young people. It goes on and on. Look at this. I mean, and I'm not even scratching the surface here, right? I spent about an hour and a half reposting these. If you know these people, if you know their whereabouts, let the officials know. But look at this. Oh my gosh. Just so many children. Look at this one. Help us find her family. The support of all citizens is requested to look at the family member of 8-year-old girl Maria Isabella Pereira Villamizar, presumably a resident of LaGuardia. Oh, poor baby, man. My best friend Daniel Andres Liel Gonzalez lives in Las Residencias El Caribe in LaGuardia. Oh, Julio Josu Freitas Rodriguez. Goes on and on and on and on. It's just the most insane thing happening right now. So many people have lost their lives, guys. So many people are under that rubble. It's unimaginable. So what you have to do here, guys, is speak about this. Mainstream media is going to stop talking about this, but we have to keep pushing. We have to keep our attention on this for as long as we can. People are going to be pulled out of the rubble for days to come. So on this channel, we're going to keep track of what's happening in and around, all the areas that are impacted. But yeah, I can't show some of these because they are graphic. So, yes, this doctor, evangelical pastor, weeps because his church collapsed in LaGuardia with people inside. He managed to escape with a little girl, but according to reports, people remain trapped beneath the rubble.
La iglesia se vino al piso. La casa, los pastores quedamos sepultados ahí. Yo pude salir con la niña pequeña. Solamente la pastora y Miné todavía están ahí. Están ahí, por favor. Que vea este video. Etiquéteselo al pastor Rojo. Etiquéteselo a la pastora Marbeli. Por favor, para que mis hermanos se enteren. Si es que no tenemos señal, todo lo perdimos. Pero yo sé que mi Redentor vive. Y Él sostiene nuestra vida.
Imagine being in that man's position. I mean, what do you do? It must be so helpless. This is ridiculous. A kid is pulled out of the rubble. Look at this. There's a little doggy there. There's a little doggo in the rubble here. Oh my gosh. I mean, there will be so many animals killed as well. I don't know, guys. I just think this is something that we can't take our attention off. It's so important. And the thing is, this is going to get political as well. Be very careful. It's going to get extremely political with, obviously, Maria Corina Machado, snapping at the heels. Who knows what America will do from a political perspective. I know there are other countries already showing signs of infiltrating, basically. I mean, Bukele is sent over a plane and things like that. But there are also others who are truly neutral going in to help as well. So, look, I think we need to keep politics out of this early stage. But just keep it in mind. Keep it in mind. Don't get dragged into political conversations on this one. It doesn't matter who helps. These people need help. These people need help right now. It is one of the toughest situations. Just so many people affected. Well, look, we'll just keep track of all of this. It's getting real bad, and the images are starting to get real brutal. So keep at it, guys. Keep speaking about this. Keep spreading the news. There's just so much going on right now in the world, but we do need to keep our attention on things like this. We can't turn away. We need to squeeze, talking about this because it's that important. We're talking about 10,000 to 100,000 people crushed. It's horrific. But I'll see you guys soon, okay? Take care. Yeah. It ain't good. It's fucking horrific. It's so bad. It's so bad. Just people standing outside these buildings, families standing outside these buildings just crying, calling out their loved ones' names. People are like calling out. Let me show you a video. It's a video I saved. Let me grab it. Let me grab the video. The video. Okay. It's where is it? Which one? Yeah, here we go. I think it's this one. Yeah, this is the one. Listen to this carefully.
Aquí hay 3 vivos, aquí está una señora.
¿Se escuchan?
Una muchacha.
¿Están hablando?
So this guy is pointing into the rubble and going, there are people stuck under there. And he's saying that you can hear them. Listen carefully.
Mano, habla para que te escuchen.
¿Cómo te llamas, hermano?
Anthony. ¿El otro? Ramón. ¿Y el otro? Ari. Sí.
Ari, bueno, hay 3
Ahí hay
personas.
Mano, ahí está una señora.
3 people in there.
Y aquí adentro hay una señora.
Sí, mano, aquí está una señora. Señora, hable para que la escuchen. Señora. Señora, hable. Señora. Ahí está, mano, allá. Hay 2. Están vivos, mano, están vivos. Y allá atrás hay como...
Ahí le escucho.
¿Ya la escuchaste?
Sí.
Mano, los que están en planta, Jesús, hermano, háblame.
Ahí está hablando.
Jesús. Jesús, háblame. Jesús. Jesús.
That's tough, man. Fuck. There's just people stuck under there. There's not enough equipment. It's just they're just gonna like die of thirst or some. It's so huge. I cannot believe that this is not all over our media. It's so incredibly huge, guys.
Where officials say at least 235 people are now known to have died in Wednesday's powerful back.
Have any nations offered assistance? Yeah. They're all coming in, but it's 48 hours, man. Like, these people are under rubble. They lack oxygen. They lack water. And you can hear them. You can, like, almost put your hands down and you know, you could probably, if you scratch the dirt around a little bit, you could probably even see them. They're so close, but they can't access the people.
To back earthquakes. Large numbers of people are still unaccounted for as rescue teams try to find survivors in the rubble of collapsed buildings. These are live scenes coming to us from the capital, Caracas. The second of the quakes was the strongest in Venezuela since 1900. The country's interim president, Delcy Rodriguez, said that her government's absolute priority was to find as many survivors as possible as she visited the worst-hit area, the state of La Guaira. Joe Inwood has our report.
In La Guaira, whole blocks reduced to rubble.
This is the worst hit
City
place,
scene of
in my
destruction,
opinion.
devastation, and despair. For people like Carolina, who cannot find her son.
The only thing I can say is that I have my heart in my hands and I don't know what to do. I ask God for all of us because this is something that where you see that, nothing. I don't know where he is.
And this was the moment on Wednesday evening when two major earthquakes struck in quick succession. The first magnitude 7.2, the second 7.5.
Yeah,
I started hearing
I saw that.
massive
Comics, yeah.
thunder sounds, and by the time I looked around, everyone else that was outside of the boxing ring I was in was already crowded under the pillar and supports and started screaming. The earthquake lasted what felt like a really long time. It felt like about 30 seconds. The local people there were screaming for God to save us.
The town of La Guaira on the coast was worst hit, but the capital, Caracas, was also badly affected. There, chains of people formed to help clear the huge piles of debris and search for survivors. Venezuela is a poor country that has suffered from years of economic mismanagement and corruption. The acting president, Delcy Rodriguez, has promised that heavy machinery and aid will get to the affected areas as soon as possible.
See, this is what I mean. They're gonna politicize it straight away. They're gonna politicize it straight away because that's their MO for all of this, right? Hey, Betsy, welcome. They're gonna politicize this. You know what though? Like, if that same earthquake had hit in like San Francisco, like San Francisco would be laid bare too. It's a heavy earthquake, guys. It's heavy. You can't just blame it on mismanagement and corruption. It, like, the blockades, the sanctions are also a big deal.
And we are now declaring a state of emergency, as provided for in our Constitution. I want to thank the governments of the world that immediately after these earthquakes occurred, contacted Venezuela to offer solidarity and support.
And those promises of aid have come in from all over the world, but notably from the US. They recently captured
Olga,
Venezuela's
welcome.
longtime president in a controversial military operation. The White House has now said it will send around $150 million in aid. And time
Hey, Coco
is of
Millie.
the essence. No one knows how many, but people are trapped under this rubble. Some will still be alive, for now. Graciela was pulled out by rescuers many hours after her building collapsed.
When the earthquake started, I clung as tightly as I could to the doorframe, so tightly that I broke my finger. I held on tight, really tight to the doorframe until all the floors collapsed.
With every hour that passes, the chances of finding people alive goes down. This was the worst natural disaster to hit Venezuela in decades. The cost it has inflicted continues to grow. Joe Inwood, BBC News.
Well, I've been speaking to Victoria Aguirre, who has family in Venezuela, and I began by asking her exactly how her family were.
Everybody's alive and safe. Everybody managed to make it out safely out of their homes. They're still quite shaken and reeling from all of this, but physically they're okay.
Okay, so what did they share with you in terms of their experience when those earthquakes struck?
There was a lot of uncertainty, a lot of don't knowing what to do, especially because this is the biggest tragedy that has happened in the last almost 80 years. So obviously the first reaction is, oh, let's try and get the older members of the family out, make sure that we all get out, and then seeing the neighborhood, like their neighborhood come down is quite a harrowing picture to see.
You said they've managed to get out. Where are they?
They're still in their homes. Their homes were thankfully one of the few that, besides material damage on the inside, loss of like cutlery and stuff and other personal items seem to be okay. We're still assessing
diplomatic ties with
foundational cracks
Venezuela,
and stuff,
but its government has formally approved a mission to give humanitarian aid.
This is a live
Firefighters, doctors, and logistics specialists are among those heading to the quake zone. Our Latin America editor, Lucia Newman, reports from Santiago.
In Spanish, you say, it's raining on top of a flood, a way of acknowledging that things have gone from very bad to worse. As tens of thousands of Venezuelans try to cope with the aftermath of two devastating earthquakes. 6 months after the Trump administration removed former President Nicolás Maduro, declaring that the U.S. would call the shots under an interim government, little or nothing had changed when the earth started shaking Wednesday night. 73% of Venezuelans are still living under the poverty line. Inflation continues soaring, and the national debt is reportedly $240 billion. But Venezuela's changing political dynamics are noticeable in the current context, says Sebastián Romero, speaking from Caracas.
A few hours ago, Conatel unblocked access to Twitter, now called X, which had been blacked out for years. The government had to wait for a catastrophe to unblock a tool that is so vital.
The U.S. State Department has announced what it calls a swift and integrated government response, including airlifted rescue teams and assistance worth an additional $150 million. In past natural disasters, Venezuela's left-wing government refused help from the U.S., its ideological enemy. The same is true for Argentina and Chile.
This morning, I was able to speak on the phone with interim President Delcy Rodriguez and transmit the Chilean nation's solidarity and tell her that very soon we will be sending aid and collaboration for her people.
40 Chilean urban search and rescue responders were already preparing to leave for Venezuela when we arrived. Chile is one of the most earthquake-prone countries in the world and has wide experience dealing with these disasters. There are 12 tons of equipment that will be going with these rescue teams. They include cameras and sonar radar to try to locate people who are still trapped under the rubble in Venezuela. What's interesting is that for the first time since January, the Venezuelan government, the interim government, is asking for help from countries like Chile with whom they don't have diplomatic relations, countries that have been long opponents of the regime in that country. And with much of their country's infrastructure already in shambles before the earthquake, Venezuela needs all the help it can get from former friends and foes. Lucia Newman, Al Jazeera, Santiago.
Venezuelans living in Argentina have gathered for a mass dedicated to victims of the earthquake. Venezuelans make up one of the largest cultural groups in Argentina. A quarter of Venezuela's population has left the country in recent years. Argentina's government has also offered support.
No solamente lloramos por Venezuela.
We are not only crying for Venezuela, we are crying with Venezuela. We are crying for our brothers and sisters, for our families, for those who have died, for those who are still missing, and for those waiting for news that may never come.
Yeah, man. They must be feeling so helpless. All the parents and all the people sitting outside just knowing that their families are under the rubble. I couldn't even imagine, man.
And we also cry for ourselves, because exile makes every pain experienced from afar feel even deeper.
My soul is shattered. My people are safe, fortunately, but we cannot think only about our own people. We have to think about all those children sleeping in the street, in tents with nothing, about those who are still trapped, because there are people still alive. So what can I tell you? My soul is shattered. My loved ones are safe, but beyond that, I know there is a country that is crying, that is suffering right now, and that needs us. Whatever little or much we can give, it needs it. Right now, prayer is what I can offer. Beyond my pain, we must pray, because God will grant us the peace and calm that Venezuelans need.
The UN's International Maritime Organization.
Okay. So, yeah.
It's still safe for them to keep in their homes. But
I'm telling you guys, they're going to try and politicize this really badly. And you just need to watch out, because they are going to politicize this Western media.
They're keeping around their area.
Yeah, so, you know,
By the way, there have been a fair number of people who've been killed because of the heat waves in Europe. So, fuck, man. These people cannot take the high ground. Hey, Curves, welcome.
We've heard the story of how you do have extremes in Venezuela. You know, new modern buildings and probably have a lot more safety measures when it comes to natural disasters like this. But then you have those that aren't so lucky. Are you hearing any stories of people who have completely lost their homes?
Yeah. It's been nonstop online. You'll see people sharing the videos of their homes, their video of their neighborhoods, their video of them showing you this is where my building used to stand and it's completely down to rubble.
Hey, Mariana, welcome.
And very quickly, in terms of access to power, to water...
Hey, Black Star.
What are you hearing on that?
Last I've heard, the gas main has been shut down since yesterday to avoid risk of explosion with everything that was happening.
Yeah, this is very sad.
Access to clean water is very limited.
I actually didn't realize that those X posts that I was seeing were people who were from people who actually never had access to X. These people were, they never had access to X. Oh my gosh. So they've just been given access, and the first thing they're posting is like missing people. Oh man, that just makes it worse. Welcome, Mariana.
Unless you have access to either one of the like welfare centers that are being set up, the pop-up centers, or if you're able to mobilize yourself to one of the bigger meetup points like the stadium or bigger shopping centers, it's very difficult to get clean and reliable water and electricity as well.
Victoria, just thinking ahead, what are your family's main concerns right now? What are they worried about the most?
Are they on the same X as Americans? Yeah, it's all there. Hypervisor, it's all there. I've been doom scrolling. People are literally putting up, you know, this person in my family's missing, my friends missing, my children are missing. Then they're putting their photos of their children up. Let me show you guys some of them. Like, it's the saddest fucking thing. Here. Starts from here. People are putting up pictures of their loved ones. Because they can't find them. They're all under the rubble. Like I said in the video, like I only spent an hour and a half or so scrolling. There are so many. All these people are missing under the rubble. All of them. Most likely dead. Look at this, bro. 2 kids. Where are people getting that this is not a natural disaster? Who's spreading this bullshit about this is engineered? This is an engineered earthquake? Who's spreading this bullshit? Who the fuck is spreading this bullshit? Humans do not have the ability to make earthquakes like this. Please stop with that bullshit. Please. Hey, Calamity. Yeah, on TikTok. This is such a sad story. The players, these guys are in a baseball team. These dudes are in a baseball team.
Se murieron todos. La esposa de Gorky.
They're literally standing in front of a hotel that their families were in. All of their families were in. Wives, children, everything. They're just standing there looking at the rubble. Their families are under the rubble.
Creo que no la encuentran. Y ahí hay personas, familiares, Rumi, el hotel donde nos dejaron, esa mierda, eso se veía horrible.
Guys, if humans had the ability to fucking do this, why would America be stuck in the Strait of Hormuz? Like, just think about this stuff. It's insane.
Desde que llegué, se vino para abajo todo el hotel.
Supuestamente murió la esposa de Eliezer Alfonso con la hija, la esposa de Gorky Hernández, la esposa de un pitcher de Delfines, Harold Chirino, con el hijo. De nosotros murió la mamá de Gerser Pitre, el primera base de nosotros. Por lo poco que podemos saber, pero eso fue un desastre en La Guaira, supuestamente.
¿Qué pasó, hermano? Sí, brother.
Yeah, why the heck would we waste ammo at that point? Yeah, exactly. Oh, look at this doggo, bro.
Ahí está.
Agüita, eso. Mira.
Vamos, papá, vamos, ya tenemos acá.
Ven, tómate un poquito. Ya, no quiero más.
No, choro, el pote, la vaina, no te lo...
Si no te la otra.
Vamos a buscarla ya, papá. Ya lo vimos, ya lo vimos. Ya lo vimos.
Poor boy. Or girl. I'm gonna show you another video. Do I have it? Oh, that's the doggo. No, I don't think I saved it. But they pulled an infant out from under the rubble. They've pulled an infant out from under the rubble. Let me see if it was earlier, actually. Oh, man. Yeah. Someone gave birth while they were under the rubble. A woman gave birth while she was under the rubble. This lady got pulled out. I want to show you the baby that just kind of crawled out of fucking nowhere. Where's the baby? Some of these are pretty... Oh, yeah, here's the baby.
Hijo, qué grandeza de Dios, papá. Vente, bebecito. Sí, aquí te pongo afuera. Joda. Con la cabeza. Dios es grande. Joda, vamos. Toma, papá. Joda. Muy bien, ahora tú, mi amor. Dios es grande, no.
It literally just crawls out.
Hijo, qué grandeza de Dios, papá. Vente, bebecito. Sí, aquí te pongo afuera. Joda. Con la cabeza. Dios es grande. Joda, vamos. Toma, papá. Joda. Muy bien, ahora tú, mi amor. Dios es grande, no. Qué grandeza de Dios, papá.
Astonishing. Honestly. This baby... Who knows where the baby's been, but just crawled out of the rubble, man. Yeah, convicts. I can't show this. I can't show this on TikTok, bro. If you wanna look at it, you can go on the other platforms. It's horrific, guys.
Immediately trying to make sense of everybody who's still missing. Thankfully, my immediate...
We're watching along on YouTube and Twitch. Make it make sense. Same username.
family is not missing anybody, but that does not exclude us from knowing somebody who does.
I am on Facebook, but I just post videos on Facebook.
So obviously,
Salam, walaikum
assalam.
assalam, seven
Trying
sign.
to find answers. It's also trying to assess: is it safe for us to stay here? Is it safe either because there's cracks in the foundation, or is it safe because we're getting active help and aid with food and, as you said, electricity and stuff? And overall, is it safe to move around? Because one of the major highways near Caracas was also affected. It fully cracked open. So it's a lot about safety, I think.
That was Victoria.
And this is the next BBC. 40,000 missing. 40,000 people are missing, by the way. And yeah, estimates say it could go up to 100,000.
There have been scenes of devastation from Venezuela after two powerful earthquakes struck the country on a national holiday when most people were at home. The government says 188 people are known to have died, but experts fear that number could rise
Nadia,
into the
thank you for
thousands
this.
as the extent of the damage becomes clear. This is the scene in Caracas right now, where rescuers have been searching through the rubble, where people have been heard calling for help. The epicenter of the earthquakes was to the west of the capital, Caracas, and the port city of La Guaira, just north of Caracas, is the worst affected area, with dozens of collapsed buildings. Shaking and tremors were felt across the north of the country. Vanessa Silva, the BBC's producer who's based in Caracas, now reports.
The earthquake hit Venezuela early in the evening. Two massive quakes registering 7.2 and 7.5 in magnitude. Inside Bolivar International Airport, the powerful quakes a minute apart. The worst affected, La Guaira, north of Caracas, building flattened, authorities calling it disaster zone. This is what was left of the 10-story Hotel Eduardo. Residents racing to get out of their buildings anywhere that was safe.
We went downstairs. The scene was like a horror movie. We had to climb over the rubble, the building superintendent with the baby and all the neighbours coming down. But from that building, I only saw that one family got out.
That thing was moving all over the place. We just bolted. Everything in the house got smashed. It's all a total mess now.
We are in the municipality of Chacao, here in the city of Caracas, one of the worst affected by the two earthquakes that hit Venezuela on Wednesday. We can see the rescue labors on this building, along this area, many buildings with cracks on the walls. This is a residential area, this is a commercial zone too. A lot of restaurants work here. Emergency services were deployed to deal with the disaster, frantically trying to get to survivors buried underneath the concrete and rubble. People searching for loved ones, calling out their names, desperate for any news. As the search and rescue operations continued, the grim task of recovering bodies began. But survivors were pulled from the wreckage.
Debo informar que el estado más afectado.
I must inform you that the hardest hit state by this unprecedented seismic event is the state of La Guaira. There are tens of collapsed buildings and we're working hard to save as many lives as God allows us.
The United Nations says there is indication of significant loss of life.
I just want to know where my son is, whether he's trapped or at a shelter. I'm desperate. The governor said they were going to send heavy machinery, but look what time it is. They still haven't arrived. It's only the neighbours here helping.
Last night, Venezuelans were celebrating a national holiday together. Now they are having to deal with the country's worst natural disaster in over 25 years. Vanessa Silva, BBC News.
That video there, this lady is stuck in rubble, but you can see her. There's a whole bunch of videos, guys, where you can see people, because the buildings have collapsed in a way that there are other people in other buildings filming, and there are human beings who are alive, but they can't be reached. I'll try and find one, which I saw earlier. There's a lady, literally. Hey, Hussein, welcome. There's a lady literally just gasping for air in one of the buildings. She's on her stomach. And there's a guy filming her and going, she's going to die. Welcome, Eleni. Potiet concrete islands in an asphalt ocean. Yeah, it's pretty fucking nuts, man. Horrible.
Vanessa Silva, BBC News.
Well, the earthquakes were powerful and happened within 40 seconds of each other, measuring 7.2 and 7.5 in magnitude. The second earthquake was the strongest to hit Venezuela in more than 100 years. Both quakes were very shallow, meaning their effect on the ground was more intense and caused more damage. Our science correspondent Palab Ghosh explains.
Concrete and steel torn apart in seconds, apartment blocks razed to the ground, and a city left devastated. But what makes a quake this destructive? The answer lies in three things: where it struck, how deep it was, and what was built on top. The earthquakes were right on the boundary of where the Caribbean and South American plates slide alongside each other. It was a sudden rupture along this boundary west of Caracas that unleashed the shocks. The first measured 7.2 on the magnitude scale, quickly followed by the second at 7.5. That seems like a small increase, but actually released 3 times the energy. These are both big shocks.
That you'll hear like a lot of people going, oh, see, this country was impoverished. It was the fault of the government, blah, blah, blah. But look at when the earthquake in Haiti hit. Like, these countries have been impoverished by Western powers. They have constantly put these countries under blockades. They've made people suffer. And then when earthquakes like this hit, it just fucks everything up, bro. We're talking about 100,000 people under the rubble potentially here. By the way, USGS, 33% chance based on their modeling that there are 100,000 people under the rubble. 33% chance.
The earthquake in Myanmar in March last year was 7.7 and led to the death of more than 5,400 people. The Venezuela shocks were relatively shallow at around 10 kilometers below the surface. These cause more damage because there's less distance between the energy release and the buildings on the surface.
The Japanese earthquake was what, 9 or something?
The earthquakes here are shallow typically, and that does mean that they do a lot more damage because, well, it's just the distance between the earthquake and the surface where the people are. So if you're only 10 kilometers deep, you expect a lot more damage than you do if you're 50 kilometers deep.
After a deadly quake in Caracas in 1967.
That's that Japanese earthquake, insane. The tsunamis that happened in 2005, you guys should do research on 2005. The 2005 tsunami that hit Sri Lanka, and that was the Fukushima nuclear reactor. That's in 2011. But the 2005 one that killed like 250,000 people, that was insane. I watched it while it was happening on TV. I remember. Man, that was heart-wrenching.
The government began bringing in earthquake building codes.
Yeah, the Boxing Day one, yes.
In recent decades. So the capital's most recently built tower blocks are engineered to withstand a quake like this. But the problem is 2/3 of the people who live in Caracas live in buildings not built to these standards. There have been several smaller aftershocks, and there are likely to be many more in the coming days.
Globally, our infrastructure isn't prepared for this. Globally. Like the Christchurch earthquake that hit in Christchurch, New Zealand. What, you think because it's a Western nation it was able to handle? The fucking buildings just crumbled. Bro, none of our countries are ready for anything that's about to come. Look at Europe right now, man. We're going to go through Europe as well, the heat wave. Do you think Europe is prepared for that fucking heat wave? Absolutely not.
And weeks. Palab Ghosh, BBC News.
The earthquake was felt as far afield as Bogota in neighbouring Colombia. Our Latin America correspondent Will Grant is in Bogota for us. And Will, you've reported a lot from Caracas and you know the country well. This earthquake comes after some very turbulent times for Venezuela, doesn't it?
Yes, it certainly does. I mean, it was only 2013 that the charismatic socialist leader Hugo Chavez died, and after that there was everything from hyperinflation to the economic crash of the oil-rich nation to an exodus of young people. Between 20 and 25% of Venezuelans fled the country. That affects things like firefighting teams, hospital teams. After that, of course, let's come to this year. There were airstrikes in Caracas by Washington. The then President Nicolas Maduro removed from power at gunpoint in his pajamas. To say it's been tumultuous is an understatement, and now this. What has been interesting, and I think this is really the first test of the new relationship between the Delcy Rodriguez regime and the Trump administration, that the first nation she said had offered help was the United States, with $150 million and teams of rescue workers flying in from Los Angeles and Florida.
Yeah, this is not related to the climate crisis, obviously. This is an earthquake. But yeah, the climate crisis at the same time, it's all crazy. Okay, guys, like, I'm going to keep track of all of this. I'm saving tweets. On Discord, I'm constantly sharing tweets. I know people get annoyed, but I'm just going to keep sharing it. But if you do want like a live stream of information coming through in real time, go on Discord. I'm constantly sharing information about this stuff. Only about 5% of UK households have air conditioning. Oh my gosh. Climate change also has an effect on earthquakes. Hey, Shiny. No doubt. No doubt. It's just, I don't think puts pressure on the tectonic plates, yeah. Yeah, it's just not like some of these earthquakes have been due though. Shiny, that's the thing. There's an earthquake due on the San Andreas fault, which I think will be devastating. That's pretty due. Most of these models have been around for a very long time. A lot of these they'll be due quicker. Yeah, I mean, who knows? Like volcanic eruptions and stuff. Is there a cost for Discord? No, there's no cost for Discord. Discord's free. It's our community Discord, Curves. It's our community Discord. Yeah, earthquakes are very complex. Same with volcanoes. There's a lot of variables. But climate change is climate change. There's direct impact, right? I was 109 here today, plus we got a crazy monsoon storm while I was trying to hand harvest corn today. It was awful. Oh, shit. And nobody describes the risk. Man. A lot of these models, like the climate models, are scary, guys. The climate models are fucking scary. We'll get into the climate change stuff, what's happening in Europe. We'll just go through some stories first about Venezuela. I spent the whole of last night, man. Like, I spent so much time yesterday just looking through these tweets. Yeah, we have Discord. Yes, we have a community Discord. Welcome. Nice to have you. US, Cuba, and Iran join global rescue effort after Venezuela earthquakes. Latin America and European countries also offer solidarity and help to nation already enduring a humanitarian crisis. Scientists say we're lucky. By the way, the doomsday clock moved a bit more, I think. I think the doomsday clock, okay. Yeah, the doomsday clock is supposed to be this this unbiased thing. But they should call it white supremacy fucks up the world clock, you know? Don't call it the doomsday clock. Come on, point out the real problem here. The West fucks up the world clock, okay? Countries around the world, including Iran, the US, and Cuba, have committed to help with rescue efforts in Venezuela after deadly twin earthquakes hit the country. Doomsday clock gotta be bullshit. We're already past the point of no return on climate. Yeah. We should start calling things what they really are. Okay, folks? We should start calling things what the fuck they are. The pillaging oppression clock.
Reopening the Strait of Hormuz.
On the evening of 24 June, Venezuela was rocked by 2 back-to-back earthquakes with a magnitude of 7.2 and 7.5. Just a reminder, as one of our chatters reminded us yesterday, that the difference between a 7.2 and a 7.5 earthquake is a shitload more than you think. So this is a the Richter scale is a logarithmic scale, so exponential increase, right? So 7.2, a 7.5 earthquake is puts out roughly 2.8 to 3 times more energy than a 7.2 earthquake. I'll repeat that. A 7.5 earthquake puts out 2.8 to 3 times more energy than a 7.2 earthquake. It feels a lot like a child until the count of 3 and adding more and more fractions to 2. Hey, Kirsty, welcome. It's unimaginable. I didn't actually understand that. The Richter scale and the decibel scale are both logarithmic scales where a single unit increase represents a 10-fold increase in measured amplitude or intensity. Crazy. Then just imagine the Japanese one, right? The 9. Fuck, that would have been strong. If I had it in me to go to university, I'd love to study this shit. Why don't you go to university if you're passionate about it? Which killed at least 164 people, injured close to 1,000 more, and caused significant damage to the capital, Caracas, as well as areas across the north of the country. Tommaso Della Longa, spokesman for the International Federation of Red Cross and Red Crescent Societies, said the earthquake came after a host of challenges that Venezuela had already faced, adding further complexity to how the country was able to respond to this disaster. He said that the economic crisis, flooding, and a number of health issues had recently affected the country. We are talking about a system that is in some parts was already, if not weak, then under several constraints and challenges, he said. If you look at the number of injuries, just to give an example, that would overwhelm any health system. That's true. Guys. Okay, Jackie, I'm going to ask you this question. Where did you get this "it was man-made" idea from? Like, who did you hear it from? Can I know how you got this idea in your head? Who told you? Earthquakes daily. Bro, excuse me, guys. Please. I've said this before when someone did this about the Ebola issue, the Ebola issue in Congo. Okay? There are fucking people who are impacted by this stuff. And if you go around saying this shit in chat rooms and there are people from Venezuela there, like, do you guys think about this? Do you guys think about the people who are impacted here while you're spreading this stuff? They can make earthquakes, but they also get stuck in fucking Hormuz.
Reopening the Strait of Hormuz.
Really?
Reopening the Strait of Hormuz.
Why is this guy his voice sounds so smooth and nice, like a jazz singer? Sorry, but he's talking about something insanely horrific. And I just couldn't get it out of my head. Like, his voice is like a deep baritone.
World Cup football match between Brazil and Scotland. I've seen pictures, images on the internet of people.
What up, Asena?
Globalized intifada.
Wrong button.
Intifada.
Well done, my boy.
Asena. Hey, Gracie.
People watch this kind of disaster.
Who created that crisis in Venezuela? Question. Who created the crisis in Venezuela over the last 10 years? Who created the fucking crisis, bro? Obama? Nah. It was, well, America has been pretty bad to Venezuela and Latin America. I mean, for a number of decades. But it was Donald Trump. Donald Trump put more sanctions on their oil. Oh, my gosh. Donald Trump came into office and implemented heavier sanctions immediately on Venezuela.
Maduro's abduction. And that event made some of them think of the earthquake in 1967. They woke up and their building had suddenly come under attack and the front had been ripped.
The socialist agenda for the longest time. It wasn't just Obama. It's been American policy. I mean, look at the blockade on Cuba for how many decades it's been there. But the single most impactful policy implemented in the last 10 years has been Donald Trump's sanctions on Venezuelan oil exports, which has fucked up the country. That single most consequential sanctions in the last 10 years. They're massive, man. Donald Trump implemented that stuff and just did not give a fuck. He hates So Obama did this in 2015. Obama issued a presidential order on 9th March 2015 declaring Venezuela a threat to U.S. national security and ordered the Treasury Department to freeze property and assets of 7 Venezuelan officials. It held responsible for human rights abuses, repression, and at least 43 deaths during demonstrations. Among those sanctions were blah, blah, blah. So he sanctioned individuals. What Trump did was fuck it up completely. So, Tarek El Aissami, Vice President of Economy and Minister for National Industry and Production, and his frontman, Samark Jose Lopez Bello, were named in February under the Kingpin Act as significant international narcotics traffickers. 5 U.S. companies in Florida and an airplane registered in the U.S. were also blocked. U.S. Treasury Department sanctioned that guy and 7 members of Venezuelan Supreme Court Tribunal in May for usurping the functions of the Venezuelan National Assembly and permitting Maduro to govern by decree. In July, 13 senior officials of the Venezuelan government associated with the 2017 Venezuelan Constitutional Assembly elections were sanctioned for what the U.S. labeled as their role in undermining democracy and human rights. Those sanctioned included blah, blah, blah. The U.S. State Department condemned the Venezuelan Constituent Assembly election and refused to recognize it. The day after the election, the U.S. sanctioned Maduro, stating that the election aspires illegitimately to usurp the constitutional role of the democratically elected National Assembly, rewrite the constitution, and impose an authoritarian regime. Maduro became the fourth head of state to be sanctioned. It's still going. This is only 2017. The U.S. Treasury Department sanctioned 8 officials associated with the 2017 Constituent National Assembly in August for participating in anti-democratic actions pursuant to Executive Order 13692 by facilitating the illegitimate Constituent Assembly to further entrench Maduro's dictatorship. The individuals sanctioned included blah, blah, blah. In November, this was just 2017. In November, 10 more government officials were added to the OFAC's list of Venezuelans sanctioned after the regional elections. The U.S. Treasury Department described the individuals as being associated with undermining electoral processes. Okay, that's 2017. Let's look at 2018. The U.S. Treasury Department said on 5th January that corruption and repression continued in Venezuela and 4 senior military officers were sanctioned. 4 more current or former officials were added to the sanctioned list in March 2018. Just before the May 2018 Venezuelan presidential election, the U.S. sanctioned 4 Venezuelans and 3 companies it said were involved in corruption and money laundering, including Diosdado Cabello and Chavismo's number 2 person and president of the ANC, Cabello's wife, Marlene Contreras Hernandez de Cabello, Venezuela's tourism minister, and Cabello's brother. The president of Venezuela's tax authority, CENIAT. The Florida companies were owned or controlled by sanctioned frontman Rafael, blah, 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 blah. Okay? And then again in 2018, the U.S. Treasury Department seized a private jet and imposed sanctions on Maduro's inner circle in September. Bro, holy shit. Maduro's wife, blah, blah, blah. Okay, 2019. The U.S. Treasury Department sanctioned 7 individuals and 8 on 8 January 2019, who they said were benefiting from a corrupt currency exchange scheme. Okay. Oh my gosh. On 15th of February 2000, officials of Maduro's security and intelligence were sanctioned. During the February 2019 shipping of humanitarian aid to Venezuela, U.S. Vice President Mike Pence announced that 4 Venezuelan state governors, who the U.S. said had furthered the humanitarian crisis by participating in the blocking of aid, were added to the sanctions list. On 1st March, 6 more military and security forces individuals were blacklisted, including members of the FAES. The U.S. sanctioned Minervan, Venezuela's state-run mining company, and its president, Adrian Antonio Perdomo, in March 2019. The U.S. Secretary of Department said that the Venezuelan military had granted access to criminal organizations in exchange for money. The U.S. Treasury added on 17 April to sanction Central Bank of Venezuela and one of its directors, Ileana Ruza. Director Simon Alejandro Zerpa Delgado and William Antonio Contreras were also sanctioned. U.S. National Security Advisor John Bolton said the sanction was aimed at restricting U.S. transactions with the bank and cutting off the bank's access to U.S. currency as a warning to Russia and others. United States Secretary of Treasury Steve Mnuchin stated that the sanction was to prevent the central bank from being used as a tool of the illegitimate Maduro regime. Maduro said the sanctions were totally illegal and that central banks around the world are scared all countries respect it. Okay. On 26 April 2019, the U.S. Treasury accused Maduro's foreign minister, Jorge Arreaza, and Judge Carol Padilla of exploiting the U.S. financial system to support Maduro and blacklisted them. Oh my gosh, bro. They just stopped the whole country from fucking operating. Following the Venezuelan uprising on 30th April 2008, the U.S. removed sanctions against former SEBIN chief Manuel Christopher Figueroa, who broke ranks with Maduro, to demonstrate that sanctions could be removed from those who help restore democratic order in Venezuela. The U.S. sanctioned 2 former Venezuelan government officials. Oh my gosh. President Maduro's son, Nicolas Maduro Guerra, was sanctioned on 28th June 2019. Following the June death, while in custody of Venezuelan Navy Captain Rafael Acosta Arevalo, the U.S. sanctioned... Yeah. After Joe Biden took office, his administration reviewed existing sanctions and in 2022 lowered some of the restrictions in the petroleum sector. Look at that. Joe Biden came in and immediately thought, holy shit, what are we doing? Oh my gosh. And then now he's back and he just fucked up the country even more. Just went straight up, kidnapped their leader. Oh, so Maduro just caused all of this to happen. This is where people like this are fucking annoying, man. Why does he sound like butter? I know. I said it before. He sounds incredible. That direct hit from an earthquake is just survivable by human engineering. Yeah, it's insane. They're going to start politicizing this. You're going to hear it. They're going to start politicizing this and not tell you about all of the other shit that they've done, you know? Okay. All right. Now, let's look at the shit show that is Europe. Because people
Prime sub. You just took money from Bezos. Welcome to the Noisy Crew.
CC! 3 months, CC? Thank you so much, CC. Welcome. Oh, thank you, CC. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Thank you. Oh my gosh. That's so nice. Thank you so much, CC. So now we're going to go to Europe. Europe is kind of struggling right now because all of this shit is coming back to bite them in the ass. You know, all this polluting. Europe is experiencing some of the highest temperatures, if not the highest temperatures it has ever experienced.
They don't know what the they're doing.
And it's causing problems. This is the steel tariff. We'll read about that. Electricity prices soar as Europe battles heat wave. Record June temperatures are fueling demand for air conditioning and putting pressure on energy systems. Europe's energy system has come under intense pressure, with power plants forced to reduce output and wholesale electricity prices soaring as the continent battles an unprecedented June heat wave. France, Spain, and the UK have all reported record June temperatures this week, fueling demand for air conditioning and other forms of cooling, as well as causing major transport disruptions. In France, almost 70,000 customers in Brittany were left without power after a heat-related transformer failure. while the national utility EDF also cut nuclear power generation as the heat wave increased river temperatures. So that means they can't cool those nuclear fuel rods that efficiently, I guess. In the UK, 5 major gas-fired power plants were forced to reduce output as they struggled to cool when temperatures in the country reached 36 degrees Celsius. Bro, 36 degrees Celsius is balmy, isn't it? What we are seeing is an aged grid and old power stations not being able to cope with fossil fuel-driven heat, said Bruce Douglas, chief executive of Global Renewables Alliance, of the disruption across Europe. I didn't know that a lot of housing is built to retain heat in the UK on top of not having AC. Must be absolutely miserable. Yeah. This is to lower the need for heating. So their glasses, they have double glazed windows, and they have bats in their houses. So like insulation. Yeah, it's pretty. It's all sort of geared to cold weather. CC, it's so crazy. It would be so miserable right now. They wouldn't even feel good opening their windows and doors. Okay. If you keep the curtains and windows closed, you can keep the cool air in for a while, but then it gets stale and still gets too warm by the hour. Oh my gosh, dope stick. That's bad. So, you know this report here. It says what we are seeing is an aged grid and old power stations not being able to cope with fossil fuel driven heat. If this happened in Venezuela, right? The reporting would have been very different. They would have said because of government corruption, the infrastructure hasn't been updated. Why isn't the same rhetoric being used in Europe? Why isn't it that corruption has caused this infrastructure to be fragile and hasn't been able to cope with fossil fuel driven heat? Why? You know, why the fuck are we not talking about corruption in Europe? Why is this just because of, reliance on global... why is it all about not being able to cope? I live in London and wish I had the money for aircon. Like, this is corruption too. It's just... you know why? The color of the people. Yeah, I mean, this is the media, guys. This is the media. Venezuela corrupt because their infrastructure isn't upgraded to modern standards. But Europe is just unprepared. Europe is the victim, whereas Venezuela, they're the bad guys. They're the corrupt bad guys, but Europe is the victim. Classic shit. Okay, I think that's terms. I think that's TOS. I can't say that, Dingerfoot. It's seen as a problem with you as a person if you can't cope with high heat. In Germany on Wednesday, power prices swung from 86 euro per megawatt hour at the midday to 566 euro per megawatt at 8 p.m. 500, oh my gosh, per megawatt hour, which is when evening demand kicks in and there is far less solar power than earlier in the day, according to data from Montel. This compared with peak prices of about 160 euro per megawatt hour at the same time in the evening last week. Wow. Holy shit. Yeah, they're really struggling, eh? Other countries saw similar swings, while in Britain, the system operator had to spend about £1,379 per megawatt hour, about 15 times higher than typical day-ahead prices, to import power from the continent on Wednesday due to low wind speeds and high demand. See, this is corruption. Oh, the food. Saltines. Yeah. Texas is the same, but the grid fails when there's a chill in the air. Capitalism. Far out. Are their grids mostly public or privately operated? I don't know, actually. I don't know. Good question. I would say public because I know in Aotearoa, Vector in Auckland is public. Is it public? Is it private? Okay. Is Vector in Auckland private or public? Oh man, I think a percentage of it is owned by the government, right? They got privatized. Yeah, I think it is a mix of public and private here too. I still remember how hot it would get in India. Oh man, India's nuts. India is going to suffer from now on. It's going to be so bad. I'm not well versed on the centigrade, but if it's above 80 degrees Fahrenheit with humidity, I've got an attitude. I hear you. Fintan Devaney, senior energy analyst at Montel, said power demand was high across Europe, driven in part by increased cooling load. This raises prices as increasingly expensive generators are required to run to meet rising demand. RTE, the French grid operator, said earlier in the week that during heatwave conditions, each additional degree of warming led to 1 gigawatt of extra consumption driven by air conditioning. High temperatures also lower the efficiency of solar panels and gas-fired power plants. Charlotte Johnson, general manager of Generation Flex, the platform that controls energy assets at technology business Kraken, said the issue in the energy system this week were a preview of the operational challenges the continent will face as the world heats up. France reached record national average temperatures this week, while the UK recorded its highest June temperature of 36.7 on Thursday. Temperatures are forecast to hit 40 degrees in Germany, Austria, and Czech Republic over the coming days. Wow. Air conditioning is going to become very important as well. When's a person's wet bulb temperature hit? When a person's wet bulb temperature hits and your organs start dying if it goes on for too long and then there's no coming back from... Melanie, like India is like 50 degrees Celsius every day. I think Europe just needs to harden the fuck up. You can't just fuck up the world and there's this cry about it, you know? Harden the fuck up, Europe. Across France and the UK, schools were closed and trains cancelled as the heat wave intensified, while rail operators implemented speed restrictions over concerned steel tracks would buckle. Noisy sheds no tears for EU. Absolutely none. Yeah, whenever someone says cry for Europe, my tear ducts are non-existent. I don't think I have the capacity to cry for Europe. Don't cry for me, Argentina. Hold on. If I sing like that again, I might get a copyright because it was so similar. Simon Steele, head of the UN's climate change arm, told the Financial Times that the heat wave had made clear how ill-equipped countries and their infrastructure were for not just what is coming, but what is already here. I was gonna say that. Yeah. Don't cry for me, Argentina.
Well done, my boy.
देखा मैंने कितना अच्छा डांस करता है?
I love it. Andreas Jan, a Berlin-based power markets expert at the Regulatory Assistance Project, an energy non-governmental organization, said the heat wave had come at a difficult time for power infrastructure when many of Europe's power plants were typically undergoing maintenance. Don't quit your day job.
So there we are.
You know, I love to curb my enthusiasm. Me and UK hating now. Oh my gosh. Cry for Europe? Never. Our ice creams melted the second it was taken out. Oh my gosh. Bountiful solar supply had kept prices relatively low during the day across many European countries, but prices had spiked in the evenings when solar panels stopped working and there was a high demand for electricity to power air conditioning units, he added. Imagine how Palestinians feel. Yeah, exactly, Liverpool. So, fuck Europe, man. Who cares? The record-breaking heat came as an estimated 75,000 people were in the British capital for London Climate Action Week. Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh! Oh shit! You can't write this stuff, folks. You can't write this stuff. By the way, they're arresting the fucking people who are telling them this is going to happen and putting them in jail while oil executives are touching kids with Jeffrey fucking Epstein. They're locking up the climate activists, folks. He said storage was the missing piece in the puzzle, arguing that a broader rollout of battery technology could harness solar power to keep powering air conditioning during the night. The record-breaking heat came as an estimated 75,000 people were in the British capital for London Climate Action Week, where discussions about power and the shift to electricity dominated. Canada Environment Minister Julie Dabrusin told the Financial Times that the European heat wave put in stark relief why countries needed to decarbonize and change their energy systems. Environment ministers also met in Luxembourg to discuss Europe's transition away from fossil fuels and adaptation to higher temperatures. The Commission is developing a resilience strategy in the autumn. Europe's Commissioner for Climate, Wopke Hoekstra, told journalists the weather outside should point us in the direction of more ambition, not less. My gosh, man. What are we... I think this planet's already fucked. I think we're screwed. I think we're already screwed. New York Times. More temperature records fall as deadly heat stifles Europe. The continent's second heat wave since May continued to disrupt daily life for millions. Officials in Spain said it might have contributed to a spike in deaths. Oh my gosh. Are we going to talk about corruption? Are we going to talk about corruption? As Europe broiled under record-shattering temperatures that are testing the continent's ability to adapt to extreme weather, Spain on Thursday warned of a possible spike in heat-related deaths. The continent's stifling heat wave, the second in 2 months, has disrupted education, transportation, and other aspects of daily life for millions of people, with officials warning that the older people or those who work outdoors, like on construction sites, are most vulnerable to the effects of extreme heat. The heat has also proved deadly. In Spain, where temperatures soared past 38 degrees Celsius or 100 degrees Fahrenheit over several days, official statistical models suggested that more than 200 deaths could ultimately be attributed to the heat wave. 200 people? The Health Institute of Carlos III, which is linked to Spain's health ministry, cautioned that the figures were estimates, but officials and experts say there is a clear correlation between extreme temperatures and serious health issues. In Italy, 5 people have died from heat exposure this week, according to the country's main news agency, ANSA. Several of them died while working outside, and a homeless man died in Naples, highlighting the vulnerability of those who had little choice but to be outdoors. In France, at least 40 people have drowned since the latest heat wave began in the middle of last week, many of them teenagers swimming in unsupervised areas. 40 people have drowned? What the fuck is going on? Are Europeans fucking vampires? They're burning and drowning? Can vampires drown? What's going on?
So there we are.
This is insane. And French prosecutors said, meanwhile, they want more wars. Yeah, exactly. And French prosecutors said 3 children were found dead in parked cars this week in 2 separate... What? Why is this not more news, bro? Why are we not hearing about this? 3 children dead in cars. If this happened in Cuba, it would be all over fucking mainstream media. If this happened in New York, Mamdani would be locked up.
They don't know what the they're doing.
Across much of Western Europe, temperatures were in the high 30s and low 40s Celsius, or around 100 degrees Fahrenheit on Thursday afternoon. Paris hit 39.6 Celsius or 103.3 Fahrenheit. You know, they keep calling places like Africa and India shitholes. Bro, now you're getting the fucking temperatures. Karma's a slut. Sorry, I shouldn't say that. Slut is a bad word. I might get TOS. And there's nothing wrong with, sex work. Please don't be angry with me. I apologize straight away. Temperatures in Britain broke a record for June that was set just a day earlier with 36.4 degrees or 97.5 Fahrenheit, everybody. Curves. I don't think this is the temperature that you can, that you'd like. This is very high. 97 to 100 Fahrenheit, that's pretty high. Recorded in southwest England by early Thursday afternoon, a number that was expected to climb. More than a dozen countries were under high level. Karma loves to get her lick back, and for that we love her, absolutely. It's so warm that it dried up the thunder and really bad rain. Where's Okiji when you need him? What? Who's... Is that some sort of like... like Japanese cartoon stuff? What do you call Japanese cartoons again? Even been melting in Scotland. More than a dozen countries. Anime. Yeah, anime. Had a wild storm, lightning, and thunder. Scotland last night, like wild. Oh, really? It gets that hot where I live, but thank the heavens for air conditioning. He's a One Piece character whose power is to turn into ice and freeze stuff. Oh, I see. Yeah, so it was anime, right? Did I cheapen anime by calling it a Japanese cartoon? More than a dozen countries were under high-level heat warnings on Thursday, including Austria, Belgium, Britain, Croatia, France, Germany, the Netherlands, Serbia, and Sweden. By the way, are Europeans feeling like they need some fuck, man. What do you call the little cells in your skin that make it brown and black? Is it melatonin? Is it melatonin? It's melatonin, right? Don't ever disrespect... Oh, melanin. Yeah. Melanin. Melanin. No, it's melanin. Okay, the joke's passed. The joke's passed, everybody. The joke has now passed. Fuck, I'm forgetting words today. I forgot anime. I forgot melanin. Jeez. What's happening? Oh, shit. Noisy needs more melatonin. What? Oh, shit. I always say melatonin. Let's learn for me too, yeah. We help keep you right, boss, yeah. It's the heat makes you confused, yeah. The heat in Europe is fucking me up too. Look at this. The heat in Europe is messing up my mind. Okay, extreme weather events are becoming increasingly common and severe because of climate change driven by the burning of fossil fuels, experts say. Experts say. Just add that in there. Experts say. And average temperatures are rising fastest in European countries, which are also some of the least accustomed to extreme heat. In Britain and France, for instance, many buildings don't just lack air conditioning, they're also designed to retain heat. Oh my god.
They don't know what the they're doing.
Oh my gosh. In Britain and France, for instance, many buildings don't just lack air conditioning. They're also designed to retain heat. Fucking Ubermensch here, designing buildings to retain heat during the hottest fucking heat wave, bro. Oh, beautiful. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. When the rain in Spain, something plain. Hey dear. What has Noisy been smoking? Absolutely nothing. I don't smoke. I'm clean. I'm clean. I will revoke your Unk status. Tread carefully. I will jump in my freezer. Look at this dude. Bro, people from the global south who moved to Europe must be like, what the fuck did I move here for? This is hotter than the fucking equator, bro. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh. What is the last situation in Hormuz? We are going to go over it next. But Iran seems to have bombed another boat. We'll go over it in a second. We're just going over some temperature stuff. It's so hot. I've spent more time with the garden hose than my own family. We will Horse Oracle, sorry. Guys, we've got to cover this first. These are natural disasters, okay? We can't just skip over natural disasters. Let's take a look at some reporting.
Welcome to the Global News Podcast from the BBC. I'm Celia Hatton, and today I'm joined by our climate editor, Justin Rolad. We need his analysis because today, much of Western Europe is currently baking in a heat wave with temperatures significantly higher than average for this time of year. Justin, can you put this into context for us? I've mentioned that we're facing an intense heat wave in Europe right now, but is this really the first of what's to come?
It is, yeah. So obviously we've always had heat waves. Heat waves in Europe typically involve high pressure systems that kind of press down, keeping the hot weather in place. They often draw in Europe weather.
Anonymous gifter, 5 subs. Thank you so much.
Gift sub detected. Sharing is caring.
Oh, crap. It's going to do this 5 times, I think. Cypher!
Gift sub detected. Sharing is caring. You shared.
Gonkrins. Thank you so much. Welcome. Carerist. Oh, I love that name.
Gift sub detected.
Carerist is a great name. Grimy. Hello. Username. Eldhan.
Sharing is caring. You shared.
Thank you so much, anonymous gifter. Thank you. One more time? No. That voice is so scary. Imagining waiting up, promising Mossad are trying to get in your apartment. This time of year, how about no time of year?
Up from Africa, so hot air up from Africa, maybe from the west.
A Carerist is such a great name, though. Oh, I love it. The white supremes are in real trouble. Human skin color evolution is driven by natural selection, acting on melanin production, with significant changes occurring over 100 to 200 generations, approximately 2,500 to 5,000 years. Yeah. That's why I was saying, like the Ubermensch are fucked.
And then they deliver clear skies. So you get a lot of sunshine and a lot of humidity, so a lot of heat. So we've always had those weather patterns. We've always had those heat waves. What happens in a warming world is that those heat waves are now a bit hotter. and they last a bit longer, and they happen a bit more frequently. So what we're seeing is the extremes getting more dramatic, not just a little bit more dramatic. The world's warmed by 1.3, 1.4 degrees Celsius, but out at the extremes, that change in temperature pushes the extremes out even further. So significantly hotter. At the moment here in the UK, we are about between 10 and 12 degrees Celsius hotter than we would normally expect to be in June. And for a temperate country, that is a huge margin.
Okay. So
for a temperate country, that's a huge margin. Bro, these people are going to be looking browner in like a generation. They fucking cried about brown skin all of this fucking time, and now they're heating up. Oh my gosh. Oh, this is so good, man. Oh. Oh my gosh. Not brown, bright red. All I can remember is one of my mates. He went skiing, white as fucking snow. Okay, he went to the snow, white. He's white, Scottish dude, white as fucking snow. Went balls deep. Forgot, like, he was so happy. Forgot to put sunscreen on. I haven't seen anything that red in my life. Okay. And he had his fucking thing on. This was so white. It was so freaking white. Just that bit. Everything was red, and then they started peeling. Oh my! I was like, what the fuck is wrong with you, bro? Why are you peeling? Why are you melting? Literally, the skin coming off and shit. Reptile. It's like, are you molting? What is this? The amount of pain he was in, guys. The amount of, I could like see it, sense it. Just big lad too, right? Big lad. Just, it was horrific. It was sad and funny at the same time. Is that bad? I found it hilarious.
So you've taken us through what we're seeing at this point in time, but I know you've been speaking to the weather authorities here in the UK to get a forecast of what we could be seeing decades from now. Can you take us through what they told you?
Yeah, so they did a really interesting experiment. They looked back at a really kind of celebrated heat wave there was here in the UK back in 1976. So 50 years ago. And they threw forward, they said, if we got that kind of heat wave, look at the weather patterns, put it into the computers. If we got that kind of heat wave in the kind of warmed world, the climate changed world of 2056, what would it look like? And here is that forecast. So they're saying temperatures in England could peak at 45 degrees Celsius, 41 degrees in...
Bro, England really became Mumbai, eh? Oh, the jokes are flowing! The jokes are flowing! They're gonna blame the Indians! They're gonna blame immigration, everybody! Oh my gosh! Oh shit! Mumbaistan! Let's go!
Wales, 38 degrees in Scotland, 30 degrees in Northern Ireland. And that, frankly, sounds like a weather forecast from a different continent, maybe from Africa or Asia. But that is the UK Met Office's, the kind of reservoir of expertise about meteorology here in the UK. It's their best guess at a forecast for the UK in just 30 years' time.
So is that taking a heat wave that might occur naturally? We'd always see a heat wave once in a while anyway, and then you layer climate change conditions on top of that. Is that what that forecast...
So, a Palestinian man whose parents were expelled during the Nakba and who was born in a refugee camp in Syria, last year or the year before, won the Nobel Peace Prize for, I think it was for chemistry. Go look at what he won that Nobel Prize for. like, if there's anything that can change the world, it's what he won that Nobel Prize for. And a Palestinian man saving the world. Incredible. I'll play that video. I'll play the Nobel Prize video. This is what's going to change the world. A Palestinian man changing the world. Imagine. Saving the world, sorry. This is him. This is the idea.
Al Jazeera Podcasts.
Today, the molecules of a Nobel laureate's life.
I feel like I've gone from scarcity to abundance. Okay, through science. That's really the beauty of a scientific endeavor and dedicating oneself to science.
How Professor Omar Yaghi fell in love with chemistry, and how his background as the son of Palestinian refugees led him down this path. I'm Malika Bilal, and this is The Take.
To me, this is the kind of thing that warms my heart. Poetic justice, the world healing itself. You know, you can't stop but get a little bit reflective when you think about this. This is the world going, well, you took all of this, you took the world, or you tried to take the world from these people, and now these people are the ones who are going to save us.
New follower detected.
To me, it's so poetic. It's so beautiful that a Palestinian man won this Nobel Prize, and his idea is literally the solution to all of our problems.
Hey everyone, before we go on with today's show, remember to leave us a comment telling us what you think about this episode and what you learned about chemistry. If you're listening on a podcast app, leave us a review telling us where you're listening from and give us a 5-star rating while you're there. It really helps the show. Thanks.
I'm Omar Yaghi, and I'm a professor of chemistry at University of California, Berkeley.
Professor Yaghi, welcome to The Take. And congratulations on becoming a Nobel laureate in chemistry. It is such an honor to have you here.
Thank you.
Now,
great story. I think his water from thin air theory is inherently flawed, though. Is that a kappa, my clothes brush? Is that a kappa?
Much.
The Nobel Committee awarded this coveted prize to you and two other chemists, Susumu Kitagawa and Richard Robson, for what it called groundbreaking discoveries that may contribute to solving some of humankind's greatest challenges. At the heart of these discoveries are molecules, the building blocks of life, everything alive and unalive. So before we get into the science, I want to start with the building blocks of your life as the son of Palestinian refugees who were forced to flee in 1948. Because last month, you stood on one of the biggest stages in the world at the Nobel Prize banquet.
Yeah, the water always comes from somewhere else. My clothes brush, the thing about water in the air is that it's pure. Pure in the sense it doesn't have salt. So whenever water evaporates, say ocean water, and it rains back down, that's the abundance part of it, my clothes brush. It's that you can get pure water from the air and you can filter it, but it doesn't have to come from freshwater sources. It can come from the ocean.
In Sweden, and you talked about why that might have been unlikely at one point.
I grew up in Amman, Jordan, in a refugee family of 10 children, in a home with no running water and no electricity, sharing our space with livestock, our family's livelihood. Hardship was everywhere. My chances for success were slim, except for the surprising ways nature reveals itself and helps us overcome.
What did it mean for you to celebrate this moment by anchoring it in your childhood?
Well, it's a very complex feeling to be standing there giving speech to the attendees of the ceremony. Of course, I am honored by this recognition.
Hey,
I
just
am
on
one
camera.
of very few people in the last 100 years who've gotten this prize. And my immediate feeling is that the hard work that we have put in since I was a child finally is rewarded. And as you mentioned, I grew up in a refugee home to parents that used to live in Palestine. My family comes from a small village called Masmiya in Palestine, and we lived as refugees in Amman, Jordan, where I was born and raised. So
Yeah, but the thing is, my clothes brush, as you learn, this is not just about water. This is about other molecules too.
I have a Jordanian citizenship, and Saudi Arabia gave me an honorary citizenship, and I live in the United States where I am a U.S. citizen. So in many ways, I am a citizen of the world, and the science that I do benefits the world and adds to the frontiers of knowledge that the world uses. And was born in 1965 and lived I would say, a very humble life. We lived in a home that had no modern conveniences, one room with all of us in it. And as a child, I think I was a lot more observant than a lot of other children. In that was a very quiet child, watching everything around me going on, not participating in the games that children play. And so my siblings and so on playing outside, but I really wanted to be inside. In fact, at some point, my parents were wondering what is wrong with this child.
Salam, scary.
We asked him to go outside and breathe some fresh air, and he's just stuck in a corner working on his studies. I think that one of the important things that I learned as a child is in my father's shop. One of those occasions that still stick in my mind is that when you did a task in the shop, you had to do it right and you had to do it complete. The other thing that I learned as a child, and again from my father, is that you have to pave your own way. The power of work ethic, the power of thinking independently, and the power of paving your own way, and the power of doing the job right and completely. Otherwise, it was not worth doing.
I'd like you to take us back to the moment when you first discovered your love of science as an elementary school student, I believe it was, skipping out on recess with the other kids to sneak into the library and read. Can you tell us about that?
Yeah, I don't know what compelled me during our break. The library is supposed to be locked because they didn't want the kids to go in there and mess it up. and so I don't know what compelled me to do this, but I thought, well, you know what? Maybe I'll go in and see, what's going on in this library. And so the door was supposed to be locked, and it turns out it's not locked. I turned the knob, and there I opened the door, and I picked up a book. And in that book, I saw molecular drawings. I had no idea what they were. I just knew that there was something interesting about these drawings. I didn't know they were molecules. And actually that day was a very interesting day, because on my way home, I was thinking about these drawings. I was wondering what they might be. Somehow I felt inside me that I've discovered something very unusual. When I went home that day, I thought I discovered something nobody has ever seen before. Of course, I later learned that these are molecules, and they are the constituents of everything living and non-living. Well, as I said in my speech, I was hooked at that time. Nothing could tear me away from them. Even parents that wanted me to be a medical doctor or engineer couldn't tear me away from it.
And years later, that's a good thing, because that experience leads you to the Nobel stage. So, Professor, let's talk about the science that you've been awarded for. Your work is developing something called metal organic frameworks, or MOFs. Now, I could definitely try to explain it, but I'm sure our audience would rather hear it from the expert. So for those of us who may not have heard about MOFs until your award was announced, could you explain it as if you were explaining it to someone who has never stepped foot in a lab or excelled in a chemistry class?
Well, the constituents of everything around us is organic or inorganic. Okay, that means mineral-based, that has metals, that's the inorganic part. And the organic part has carbon. Okay, so that's what you think about. What makes up everything around us, living and non-living? Well, it's organic and inorganic. And these two fields are taught separately and considered as separate divisions even in chemistry departments around the world. So what we did is we combined these two kind of molecules together, just like a child would combine Lego pieces to make different forms. And so we took the molecules that are everywhere, millions and millions of possibilities, and figured out a way of stitching them together, linking them together through strong bonds to make robust forms. So the Nobel Committee called them molecular hotels. What we built are molecular hotels that have rooms within them. And into these rooms, one can incorporate, can trap molecules, such as what we have done with water, taking water out of the air, out of even desert air to make drinking water. Okay. And the power of the chemistry that we developed is not just that we can build different forms of these molecular hotels with different sized rooms and different sized opening to those rooms, but also we can modify them chemically so that they can be customized for different applications. So we customize.
That's the important part, my clothes brush, because they can customize it to capture carbon from the atmosphere.
The interior with hydrophilic and hydrophobic sides so that we can trap water from air. We put modules in there that are designed specially to pluck CO2 out of the air and make clean air. We can use the interior with the proper sized rooms and opening to those rooms to trap hydrogen and concentrate hydrogen so that we can make clean energy. So that's, in a nutshell, what MOFs are.
I love the description of the rooms. The rooms is very descriptive. There's one other analogy that the Nobel Committee gave that helped me a lot, which was a bag. A member of the Nobel Committee likened the concept to Hermione Granger's bottomless bag in Harry Potter. And I'm going to go even older and say it sounds a little bit like Mary Poppins' bag that could fit nearly a whole household. So those pop culture references aside, how big are we talking?
Very nice question. And thank you for reminding me to mention this very important property. These rooms, when you, let's say, a MOF material, after you make it, it looks like baby powder or granulated sugar. Imagine that you zoom in on one granule, okay? Just zoom in to the atomic level. You find that it's riddled with holes. Those are the rooms that we have been referring to.
I see.
The more holes you have in this material, the more internal surfaces you're exposing for things to stick on, for hydrogen to stick onto those walls.
Do I still think the Syrian revolution was entirely an organic movement? My thing was that it was Turkey that was involved, not the US and Israel. Turkey was the one who gained the most from that revolution. And I think what the Syrian people got was what they wanted. They had sanctions lifted, and Syrian people are going to do well. I mean, 50 years of living under a tyrant, I think that country deserved. I didn't change my position, I always said that it was Turkey. You guys were saying that it was the CIA and Mossad. That was the difference. I didn't change my position.
For water to stick on there, for CO2 to stick on there. And the fact that you can fashion them so that they are selective to whatever you want to bind makes this quite fascinating. So imagine now, back to the granulated sugar analogy, now you have each particle, each component is riddled with holes. Now you have a material that's full of holes. In 1 gram, which is no larger than a sugar cube of a moth, you have as much space as an entire football field.
Wow.
It's as if you've taken that area of a football field and kept folding it and folding it and folding it onto itself until it was as large as a sugar cube.
Do you understand that Trump was elected after that happened, right? Trump is saying that now because Trump needs a win. Trump immediately after it happened said that it was Turkey that did it. Come on, me. You're still on this bullshit. This is why you left this community. Because you just couldn't handle it. You think Bashar al-Assad is a good dude. Like, it's diluted.
That's the space that is encompassed within these materials. So they have extremely high surface area. And when we discovered the surface area, I was absolutely terrified. I mean, at the time, I was only 30, 31 years old. Okay. And
wow, making this groundbreaking discovery.
And here I was going to report this surface area that was 6 times more than the previous record that was held by a material that was known for 1,000 years.
We'll have more with...
I criticized Iran for shooting its own people in the protests. I criticize Iran. I don't believe Iran, a theocratic country, is acting in good faith to its own people. I have criticized Iran too. I think Iran funded a lot of bullshit in Bashar al-Assad Syria. Iran has a lot of blood on its hands, but Iran has the right to defend itself in this situation. You did not like my view about criticizing Iran. You did not like criticizing Bashar al-Assad. That's your problem. You are a hardliner, not me. It's you. Only demented people can say that Bashar al-Assad was good for the world.
Professor Yagi, after the break. So, Professor, let's talk about the references, why this matters for the rest of us, because you talked about what they are and the science that makes them possible, but you also referenced pulling water from desert air. I know in the past you've talked about capturing carbon dioxide from the sky. What does this actually look like in real life? Which of these applications excites you the most?
Imagine simping for a fucking government. And that government happens to be fucking Bashar al-Assad's government. How dead inside does it have to be? You got angry when I said Bashar al-Assad killed 100,000 people, me. I still remember that. Don't gaslight me. You came onto the mic and you got pissed off because I said Bashar al-Assad killed 100,000 of its own people. It's not Western propaganda. Bashar al-Assad was a fucking evil piece of shit.
Well, first, I just want to say that moths are beautiful objects. Okay, and I think that's what originally motivated me to make these. I really didn't set out to solve society's problems. I set out to do something beautiful on the molecular level. I think that's an important point. But once we made them, we had to ask the question, what are they good for? And so very early on, we started looking at, well, why do they have extremely high surface area? What could we do with this newfound property that is so amazing, that broke their previous records of porosity and One of the things that we discovered in 2004 was, yes, plucking water out of the air. The students showed me this diagram of the behavior of the material.
What do you mean for stopping Mossad? I have said Mossad was there, but to disagree that Iran killed its own people is stupid, because even Araghchi in an interview said thousands of people were killed. He admitted it. I am not going to sit here and simp for fucking any government, especially Iran or fucking Bashar al-Assad, okay? You can't make me do that. I am not a supporter of a theocracy, but I can acknowledge people's right to defend themselves. You are not genuine. You are a hardliner, and I am not a fan of hardliners. You are the kind of person that will say that the Palestinian freedom is reliant on Iran. That's hardline, and
Taking
that's
up
bullshit.
water, and I thought, that seems very interesting in that you could take.
Yes, but we should let Mossad play with 90 million people's destiny. So have you criticized? So killing people is okay? Like, don't bullshit then.
Take water out of very dry air, such as would be in the desert, and then take the water out at mild conditions, at 45 degrees Celsius, which is really no different than temperature in the desert over the summer. So I thought, well, this could be used for water harvesting to make drinking water.
Wow.
And I said in my Nobel speech, I said, I don't know if I would have seen that in the data that was shown to me had I not lived in the desert before. And so immediately I can see that not only can you pluck water out of the air, but you can also take it out in an energetically favorable way.
When a person can say, yeah, I'll link it. It's in Al Jazeera. It takes a very evil person to say it's okay to repress people to protect themselves from another repression. It's okay to repress people to protect them from another repression. It's also more evil to say that the Palestinians, that it's okay to repress a group of people if it means to free the Palestinians. I don't think there are hardliners who understand what liberation means. I don't think hardliners understand what liberation means. You always got to watch out for people like this. You got to watch out for hardliners. They are not coming here in good faith. Anyone who can say Bashar al-Assad was better than what's currently there is fucked in the mind, honestly. Like, they are not good faith people.
In fact, to harvest the cleanest water you'll ever make is from such construct. Because the moth itself is not only a material that traps water, but also it's a filter to water. So it doesn't allow other molecules.
What do you mean don't gaslight people? Fuck you. What do you mean don't gaslight people? You come in here and you bring up like a 2-year-old conversation and you lie to people. You're gaslighting people. You're telling them that Iran acts in good faith every single time. That is a lie. You are pro-theocracy. I am not. I am anti-monarchy and anti-theocracy. Okay.
That might
What
be
the
other
fuck are you talking
substances
about,
that might be in the air into the pores. And so it's the cleanest water you'll ever make. And once mineralized, these tests have been extremely successful, where you can show that the moth works over and over again, taking in water coming out.
By the way, this is exactly what Ray did. Ray K. Ray K did not like that we were speaking up against and criticizing the Iranian government. Okay, I'm going to tell you straight up. He did not like that we were having conversations with people who were critical of Iran's government during the protests where they were killing people. I have the video of Ray, and I know people like this, okay? I know people like this who truly believe that the only way Palestinian freedom is going to work is through regimes like or through governments like Iran and through governments through groups like Hezbollah, where Palestinian people will go, no, bro, we are freeing ourselves. Okay? It's so fucking stupid. And all of these people who are like, Hezbollah is everything, Iran is everything, they love Bashar al-Assad. That's how you know they're fucked. Because they're like, Bashar al-Assad is better than what's there now. How is that better? Like, these people haven't looked at what happened in Syria all of those years. It was fucking mass murder. It gave rise to groups like ISIS and so many different things. So many people were murdered, and they still back Bashar al-Assad. They still back Bashar al-Assad. It's fucking stupid.
With hundreds of thousands of cycles. We started a new company called Atoko in Irvine, California, which is focusing on commercializing this. And this year, they will show that they have a device that delivers 2,000 liters a day with the most energy efficient setup.
Professor, it sounds like you just solved drought. you and I live in a state that is known for it. Is that what I'm hearing? What's the obstacle to solving drought, if not scale?
Yes, I mean, we have created a new source of water. And this is not something that people do every day. Okay. We have harnessed the power of water that's in the air through the construction of a MOF that works at low humidity levels so that it's appropriate to create water where you want it in the desert. And not only that, because the MOF works in the desert, it will also work in areas where you have more humidity in the air, such as, let's say, Bangladesh or other places that are highly humidified, but where you don't have clean water. My vision is really to achieve water independence for the individual living on our planet, where you have control over your own water. You have your device. You can put it wherever you want. It can be located anywhere, and it will be harvesting water and delivering water. Yes, this is revolutionary. And it was cited by the Nobel Committee. I mean, that's how much this is a big deal.
You touched on it briefly, but I want to take that discovery and how groundbreaking it is, and remind people that the seeds for it were planted when you were a child. You tell a story about water and its importance in your childhood memory. What is that?
Well, when I was a kid, water came to our house once every week, sometimes once every 2 weeks, and only for a few hours. So when you heard the water was coming, you rushed to fill every container you have for that short number of hours. And so that's the water that you had for that week or those 2 weeks. And if you ran out of it, you had to find a new source of water. And that was not easy, or it was very expensive. And so I learned about scarcity when I was a child. These are tough conditions, not just the fact that we all grew up in one room and had to be there actually with the cattle in the same room and the cattle feed and so on and so forth, but also that we didn't have much. I think with the exciting thing about water harvesting and MOFs, because they present such vast opportunities.
The Peltier device is like... A Peltier device, also known as a thermoelectric cooler, or TEC, is a solid-state heat pump. When an electric current is applied, it transfers heat from one side of the device to the other, creating a distinct hot side and a cold side. Reversing the current switches which side gets hot or cold. Nah, this is different. This is basically whenever air passes through a certain area, if you have this person's, if you have Omar's chemicals or his molecules in there, it will literally trap water from the air into these little molecules. This is different. This is based on an electric current. This is not based on an electric current. This is just literally just molecules that are active. You don't need electricity for this.
To address big problems, I feel like I've gone from scarcity to abundance. Okay, through science. That's really the beauty of a scientific endeavor and dedicating oneself to science. Is that yes, my childhood was a difficult childhood.
Hey, Amy.
And now you can see that there are so many opportunities that science has opened up.
Well, the example that you shared is impressive in its own right, but it also matters.
Yeah, they've proven that it works. That's why they won the Nobel Prize. But it's at scale that matters. So that's the big deal. Is they can extract water from air. They can extract different molecules. It's just how do you scale this thing up to, billions of people around the world? Like water independence. Like this guy will not be allowed to create this and sell it. How will Nestle allow this guy to do it?
Because of the scarcity that you mentioned, because of climate change. And in your speech on the Nobel stage, you issued a pretty direct call to leaders.
The hour for collective action has already arrived. The science is here. What we need now is courage. Courage scaled to the enormity of the task. So we may gift the next generation not only carbon capture, but a planet worthy of their hopes.
You say the science is here, and what's needed is courage. From where you sit, what does courage actually look like right now?
Well, let me just say that a newborn today will be breathing more CO2 than a newborn 100 years ago. We are emitting so much CO2 into the air. I mean, almost 40 gigatons a year. So the question of how do you take CO2, you have to take CO2 out of the air.
Take care, curves. Get some rest.
Because it's causing a lot of damage on our planet. From melting ice, increasing the ocean levels, to playing havoc with weather patterns, where you get more water where you don't need it, and less water where you need it. And it's really affecting our lives and our livelihoods in many parts of the world. It's costing the world trillions of dollars every year to address the ramifications of this climate change. And so then you ask, well, how do you address this problem?
Ice should be melted, to be fair. I get you.
We introduce modules that are programmed to pluck CO2 out of the air. And yes, the scientific solution is here. Okay, this material, once scaled, could be placed and into different machines that would be taking CO2 out of the air. So yes, the solution is here. The problem is solved. The problem on the scientific level is solved.
Incredible.
We need the global society to come together and understand that this is not just a problem, but it's a crisis. When the world says we've got a crisis, everybody gets together and they try to fix it.
Really?
And it cannot be fixed by one country alone. The only way is for many countries to come together and make it a high priority.
Unless and until we dismantle white supremacy, none of these technologies will get scaled, because the value of life right now is based on color. And unless and until those systems of oppressions are completely dismantled, we are going to have a world where people who have access to this will not be in the global south. Okay? So I will say this once again. Unless and until we dismantle white supremacy, white privilege, there is no such thing as fighting the class war, or no such thing as fighting the patriarchy. Because unless we dismantle the overarching structure of oppression, there is no way to get to the other layers.
Mm. Well, finally, Professor Yagi, you mentioned earlier that you didn't necessarily do this alone. You credited the students in your lab and those you've worked with. So I wonder, what does it feel like to go back to work after winning a Nobel Prize?
For me, it's very strange because I feel like I have been infused with a new kind of energy to do more. So I went directly back to the lab and with the new and more challenging objectives. Of course, it's the satisfaction of being recognized for long years of hard work, and many students that, as I said in my speech, who failed and failed and failed so that they can succeed, going through the arduous process of developing a new field of science. Is to be recognized for that is not only touching, but it's a forever honor, and it's for the history books to write. So I would say that I feel a sense of even more urgency than I've ever done before to do something that makes a difference in the world. There's a lot still to be done. I think the commercialization of water harvesting and CO2 capture from air being pursued by Atoko, and this is a company that I'm involved in. I think this is a very, very promising direction. It's very, very exciting. But also developing the basic science and new basic science for new kind of materials that are going to even do better, and different kind of problems that we're addressing in society is equally exciting.
Mm. Professor, thank you so much for this conversation. You know, I will never look at both a sugar cube and perhaps a molecule the same way after this conversation. I think I can appreciate the beauty in a way I didn't before. So thank you for that.
Thank you very much. Basic science is about changing the way we think. And I'm glad that you won't look at a sugar cube the same anymore. Thank you.
Yeah. Noisy, are tech billionaires the biggest contributors to white supremacy? Tech billionaires are a symptom of the systems of oppression that white supremacy has built. So capitalism is a white supremacist system. And billionaires will obviously contribute to capitalism, right? But ultimately, the core driver of what's the stratified nature of our world, the apartheid nature of our world, is because of this capitalist system that is built over a 600-year project of European colonization, which itself was grounded in white supremacy. So, yeah, white supremacy is very much at the core of capitalism. Billionaires are a symptom rather than the core issue, and the core problem is capitalism, which is white supremacist in nature. Yeah, it's like if capitalism was cancer, then the billionaires are the cancer cells. That was a little dehumanizing, wasn't it? Damn. The fuck was I thinking? Okay, so look, guys, we have the technology to solve the problems, the climate crisis. We have the technology to solve the climate crisis. And are we going to use it? Are we going to develop it? Is it going to be, you know, behind a paywall? Like, what is it going to be? We have the ability now. A Palestinian man has developed technology that can save the world. A people who are being exterminated have been able to produce an idea that could be how we are all saved. To me, it's hard, you know. It's hard not to say there isn't a design when you see this stuff. You know, I'm an atheist, and seeing things like this, it's very hard to say, okay, this wasn't designed. But, you know, that's the kind of poetic sort of reflection you can have when you think about this guy's story. His parents were expelled in the Nakba. Just think about it. Expelled in the Nakba, grew up in a Syrian refugee camp, and may have developed a technology that saves the world. It is a full circle moment. Exactly, Gracie. It's beautiful. It's beautiful to think about. It'll be suppressed? Yeah, I agree. But we know about it. We know about it. Okay. Next segment, we're going to be talking about war. War. I want to start off this war segment with this bit of reporting by Vice. I think a very yeah, exactly, Schlongi. It's like that, yes. It's pretty ingenious. It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. Are you ending the live soon, Noisy? No, not yet. I still have another hour and a half or so. I read some of the technical work from this guy. It looks like the hard part is manufacturing the chemicals. Solvable, but probably hard. The end result would be something like solar panels, but for water, not electricity. Yeah, it's pretty fucking amazing, eh? It's so amazing. It's so amazing. Solar panels, but for water is a great way to describe it. It's an awesome way to describe it. Okay, so this one here, I thought, you know, going from all these climate disasters, we have a pretty big subject here about war that's happening right now. War is evolving in so many different ways. And Vice did this about 4 weeks ago. I don't know how I missed this, but this is about the technology that's being developed now with AI embedded in it. So going from a story about hope to destruction and war. I'm sorry to do this to all of you, but this is an interesting story I think everyone should pay attention to.
What are the biggest challenges facing the U.S. and or military in general in Africa today?
from Africa, the biggest threat that we have right now is the terrorist threat.
U.S. and Nigerian forces carried out an operation late last night, killing a top ISIS leader.
Some of the weapons that we saw today, autonomous cars with the machine guns on top, the only cultural touch tone the majority of people have with this of robot warriors is the Terminator.
Absolutely. The fallacy is that you can stop the world, figure out the way ahead, and then restart the technology, because our adversaries aren't waiting. This is something as a society we need to be working through and helping make these decisions.
Hopefully it fixed that.
We're here in Tantan, Morocco, in Camp America. So as the assaults are coming in, now we have Apaches, M1 Abrams, motorized vehicles coming in. The Air Force had just come in with B-52s, fifth generation fighters. We have drones. We'll lighten up the hill over there. I think the interesting thing that I'm thinking about this is the first time that AI has been running everything. It's just happening in real time, like it's in everything. 2 years ago, that would have been unthinkable, and now AI is doing everything, including running our wars.
Today, you'll be watching the third of 3 vignettes for the CTAF-AF command field exercise. You'll see the implementation of robotic forces to include 2 autonomous ground vehicles, one of which is weaponized with a CROWS weapon system.
Warfare has changed. Drones, asymmetric warfare, AI, technology, Ukraine, Iran. Actually, we saw some of the stuff today with a young kid who's actually part of a team that's doing this stuff on their own. We're gonna go talk to him now, and we're gonna see what is the future of asymmetric warfare. Bango.
Hi there.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you? Pleasure to meet you.
How are
This
you?
is some of the team. Would you like to have a seat in our humble abode?
Right here?
You can just sit on the battery. Yeah. It may explode. It may explode. So.
You ready?
I'm ready.
West Point graduate.
Yes.
Bright future ahead of you.
Potentially.
What's your degree in?
Nuclear engineering.
There you go.
Yeah.
Smart kid. What is it about you that you enjoy porta potties so much? Why would you do this?
I should have seen 15 months ago. Oh my God.
Sure. Look, I got a flesh-eating stomach parasite in Afghanistan, and I still wouldn't go to that porta potty. Anyway, all right, here we go. We got speed. Boom.
Okay, so I wouldn't be surprised if this guy logs into a fucking Nick Fuentes session every now and then and listens to that prick, you know? He just sounds like the kind of guy who's gonna do something really, really evil
Today,
in the name of Merca.
I saw you.
Okay.
And we have you on camera, so you can't shun us, describing what we saw. I think you were probably the only guy who got what was going on, I'm going to be honest. Because you were looking over here, and everybody else was looking over here. I don't know if you got that. You were sort of coordinating the attack. What I like about you, I'm going to start from the beginning. So Vice was a big news thing. We were sort of native. We came up with all these ways of doing stuff. Already over. All the platforms are different. All the kids who are now native to the technology, AI, for example, right? So they're coming up with this stuff. You, correct me if I'm wrong, are a young guy, enfant terrible, we call them. You're native to the technology, and you're saying, you know what? I think we should do this. I think we should run with this. We've just had maybe the biggest Trojan horse since the Trojan horse, with Ukrainian drones being shipped over Russia and then getting the $110 million bombers with $5 million drones. Asymmetrical warfare, Iran, cha-chow, go.
I think the Russo-Ukrainian conflict has provided interesting insight into how the spectrum of the battlefield has changed. I think resources and material resources specifically used to be generally correlative to impact on the battlefield. And as a result, we would concentrate a good amount of those resources in the rear of a battlefield, put them where they could be protected. They were expensive, exquisite systems. And now there's been quite a paradigm shift, as you've mentioned. We now have very low-cost solutions that are both precise and effective.
Solutions.
Drones.
But
robots,
communications equipment,
AI,
exactly. And it's fundamentally changed the way we perceive materiel concentration across the battlefield and where we should and can now influence the enemy in disproportionately effective ways. A small drone can cause a national or strategic impact, and that is a paradigm shift.
I feel like we're kind of in the MASH 4077, but instead of medical unit, it's technology.
Nice.
And you have all this stuff in here. You're the young guys, you got all this stuff. Maybe tell me what are the top 10 things you have here, and maybe
Like
show me
bombing
some
a
of the
school?
stuff that you're
Yeah.
excited and that you're working on.
In the vein of one-way attack, this is a Nocturnal Nightmare FPV.
Nightmare?
Nightmare.
Nocturnal Nightmare. Fuck, they come up with some of the dumbest fucking names.
With a Kraken Kinetics ESAD. This is a very interesting problem. The question of how do you safely and kind of reliably arm a system.
Right.
When there was necessity on the Ukrainian battlefield, I mean, their solutions were pretty archaic.
You see them like dropping grenades. And
Right, reasonably archaic, finding solutions quickly. We, like I said, safety is like a priority for us. So this is a commercial solution to arm FPV drones with Army-supplied energetics. This is the...
What's an energetic?
Like C4 explosives. This is exciting because this is our first time to touch and use this ESAD. Again, commercial solution, and it has worked fantastically.
So you've tested it here?
Tested it here. We blew up 11 today with this arming device, and it was safe, reliable, and the operators are really enjoying using it. This is kind of funny. This is what we call the Skyraider, not to be confused with a commercial product, the Skyraider, an accidental overlapping in naming. So this is our FPV that we build back in Vicenza, Italy. This is kind of exciting because we brought these as targets for counter UAS. This is, I don't want to say the first time, but one of the first times that we've been able to fly real targets against real counter UAS systems and see if they're worth their salt.
So explain that. You send that up and have other drones attack, like what do you do?
So there's a bunch of ways to detect and defeat UAS. One of the ones that we've been training a lot is like augmenting direct fire weapon systems. So we have a sight that's called the Smart Shooter that we put on an M4, and it automatically tracks and shoots a UAS out of the sky. It's exciting to be like, okay, look, we're gonna fly this at you, just like an enemy would. You have to mitigate the threat, otherwise it's gonna reach your formation. I think it's making it tangible for soldiers and leaders that this is what's coming at you is like an exciting thing to be able to do here. We 3D.
Imagine if this guy didn't get this job. Do you reckon he would have, done what a lot of these teenagers do these days? School shootings.
We print mostly mounts, hooks and things that we need to like arm the system or use it for various purposes. We have a factory set up where we assemble them. They're mostly commercial products that we add a couple things to. But we build these ourselves and train with them.
Which has got to be new. You're doing something in Vicenza, which is an Italian base for the American military.
Right.
And you're building counter and attack drones, not necessarily in California or in, Wyoming or whatever
Right.
you're doing in Italy.
Right. It took us a long time to get to the place where we could both purchase and then assemble those and then train people on that system. But we've been doing that now for like a year and a half. And it's been a really successful program. And now that we have the ability to arm it and take a system like this out here, we have operators who are ready to fly these things into targets like you saw.
That's great.
In the vein of communications and the difficulty with networking systems, I really like this. This is an MPU-5 radio. It's a mobile ad hoc network radio. So it does self-healing mesh transport of data. So if I had 3 of these, I wanted to send a message from me to the third radio, but I couldn't see him. If I can see the radio in between, the data will get there. And you can scale that to hundreds of radios and get data wherever you want. In the resolution vein, if you have these at every sensor and every shooter and every leader, it gives you the ability to actively optimize and resource different problems. So if I wanted really good comms in an area where there's mountains all around, I can tell robots to move another one of these up to a peak so I can provide the area on the other side good communications. It's a really robust system, and this is what we use to network sensors.
And who came up with this one?
This is a commercial solution from a company called Persistent Systems. It was originally developed alongside United States Army forces. But since then, it's changed a lot and become what it is today. This is the MPU-5, and really, like a key unlock for us on this is that if you network a satellite terminal onto this network, then anyone in the network can access the internet. And being able to provide internet to even a leader who's, at the platoon level all the way down, and is like really powerful.
Huge. You see in Ukraine, it's massive.
Yeah. So you don't have to carry like heavy or high power consumption stuff. This uses a normal radio battery, and I can get you the information that you need.
Now, to be clear, this is a nighttime device that you're excited about because it can transport munitions safely. That one, the other one, was the target that we can test and train attack drones or anything else to shoot down drones that are coming at us.
Yep.
Which has now become a huge thing.
Right.
Okay. Now tell me a little bit about, so we have a lot of drones coming out of Iran, but Patriot missiles or whatever, they're too sophisticated.
Right.
And so that they sort of can slowly and fly, so you kind of need a specific counter drone attack system.
Right. Yeah, you absolutely do. And not only do you need a specific type of equipment, you need layered and redundant types of detects and defeats. So you've seen, like you mentioned, there are fiber optic systems. You can fly this fiber optic. Makes it hard to detect because it's not emitting any RF signature.
Sure.
So you not only need like detection and defeat, you need like layered and varied detection and defeat. If I were to make that a fiber optic drone, I would need something like an acoustic sensor or a radar sensor to pick up the signature. And most radar sensors and acoustic sensors were built for, like you said, much larger platforms. So we're having to adjust how we detect and defeat air threats. And now it's, like you said, you have people essentially managing airspace and mitigating threats all the way at the company or team level.
Right.
Which was never.
Now there's like a massive drone operation in India too. So yeah, China and India are selling the drones. China and India are selling drones, bro. Oh my gosh. These guys are so fucked.
Part of the equation for tactical formation.
What else you got? What's this thing here?
These are just FPV goggles, so how you see the video off of Skyraider. I don't have it here because it's very large, but an exciting thing we're using kind of at this exercise and in general, because it's a cool, good news story, I think, for us, is something called the Flying Basket 3. It's a heavy lift drone system to deliver mail to the Alps. And a teammate of ours saw, like, hey, that's pretty good. Like, we think there's military applications. And we've worked alongside that small Italian company in Bolzano to develop a heavy lift system that's capable of resupplying the formation or dropping munitions, and it can carry up to 200 pounds. And that's pretty significant for a quadcopter, or I guess an octocopter in the case of the Flying Basket.
Right. We were the first people to ever film a Shahed drone. Did you know that?
No.
In Israel, they attacked Israel and with drones, and the Israeli Defense Force shot them down, and Bibi Netanyahu showed them to us, and it was the first time they'd been seen on camera.
Wow.
Now they've become front page news because they just keep making more and sending more. To me, the two big ones where drones have been sort of exemplified, we got Ukraine and we got Iran.
Yep.
Pre-Iran, I think we have one paradigm. And then post-Iran, it's like, okay, we have to come up with drones to fight the drones.
Right. I think for us, our kind of limited foxhole, the true stimulus was Ukraine.
Mm-hmm.
And we were aware of, working on, and interested in those problems kind of as a result of being so close. We're based out of Italy, and our participation in advisory efforts for that conflict. So we were aware. We're very well aware. And our efforts on this team began more than 2 years ago now. So the Iranian conflict has not really changed our efforts. If anything, it's kind of intensified our understanding of how it would impact American resources and American assets and interests. But I wouldn't say that that's a line in the sand for us. I think those problems and kind of those changes we had previously observed and know that the work we're doing is important. And if anything, it's kind of just catalyzed sort of like the frozen middle, if you would, to understand them as well.
It seems to me, and this is rudimentary, but I'm going to say it anyway, Ukraine is like World War I. Why? Trench warfare, static.
Right.
And you have, if you go down the roads, for example, you have, all of the, so that they can't come on the road. You have all the fields which are fiber optics.
This is like the bit, I think, I think America is playing a lot of catch up now. This would have been based as, like, say if America was doing this for 5 years ago. Good news, Israel versus Palestine under 15s won't go ahead. Oh, that's great. What a stupid idea that was. Can we stop saying war? The rich wants to kill as many people as they can. They want a controlled amount of slaves, and yeah. Too late now, yeah. It's way too late now. I think even what's happening to America with Iran is making it completely fucked. Like the whole Iran situation has made America just completely shit itself. It's not good.
Because of the jamming.
Crazy.
So we're not moving, and we have these entrenched tech, right?
Right.
Whereas Iran is just waves upon waves, wide open spaces, everybody's shooting it everywhere, trying to get other countries involved, right? More like a World War II scenario. So when we look at drones, we're also seeing now not just the ones everyone's familiar with, the ones that, like, for example, that can stay underwater, then be activated. What do we call those?
Amphibious?
There you go, sure. And then we also now are marrying that with AI.
Right.
How big is AI going to be going forward?
I think that where AI is most effective and really kind of like important in the military context requires that there's pre-existing architecture to apply it. I think the two big ones I'd bring up are just like robotic usage and data analysis broadly. Those two things require that we have architecture to connect all the things producing data and have robots to use. It is fundamentally important. It can kind of make us more efficient, help us be deeper thinkers about the problems that we face. But in the military, there's no hiding from your hands-on equipment. In the desert, using things in austere environments and in difficult conditions. The technology change for enterprises, as an example, right? Like, name a business. It can be much more rapidly adapted. But we have to like really change what we're holding and using and flying to catch up to how AI can be powerful on the battlefield. So certainly will fundamentally enhance.
What he's trying to say is he does not know how to solve this problem. He doesn't know. He doesn't know. He's just jargon now. The thing is, guys, what drone technology has done is make war accessible to everybody. It has democratized war. It has democratized air power. And guess who's manufacturing most of those fucking things anyway? It's China, bro. China is not going to just let go of its dominance. America has a huge problem here. They can't use force out of this moment in time. They can't just use force. This is why it's such a fucking transformational moment, because you can't just use force anymore. Guys, get hype. You can't just kill your way out of this problem. No matter how many people you kill now, you cannot kill your way out of this problem. We are in a multipolar world. No white supremacist a-hole, white supremacist privileged a-hole can invent their way out of this situation. America cannot use these dipshits to do anything. Yeah, they can kill people, but they can't stop how the world is moving. They can't. Even if they use nukes, they couldn't stop it. An Islamic airhead. Islam is my God. Islam is my God. Oh my gosh. This is how racism works. They'll see a brown person with a beard and then they'll go, "Oh, a brown person with a beard who despises American imperialism," and then they'll go, "Oh, you must be Islamic." Stupidity, man.
Pants.
Oh wait, also I'm wearing my keffiyeh. So obviously a brown person with a beard, a keffiyeh on.
Our ability to operate, but I think the work in front of us right now, and kind of the work I think most people may not know about, is the tangible, resource-intensive, training-intensive application of robotics and new communications.
Which we saw some of today.
Yes.
What were some of the vehicles?
Let's take a look at Jesse's
today?
profile.
So we had two autonomous ground vehicles based off essentially a Polaris.
Hold up. Let's look at Jesse's profile. What sort of out the fucking gate shit she's posting? What sort of brainworms? Oh my gosh. She's one of those American dipshits. Oh no. Oh my gosh. Love God, country, and all his creations. Comes in. Love God, country, and all his creations, and comes into a live and immediately racist. Oh shit. Jesse, I think you've had too much wine.
Razor platform. They're completely autonomous, which is unique and kind of lost on this in this big like vernacular mess that is the current state of technology. So those two vehicles can pilot themselves without any connection to GPS or any receipt of GPS transmissions, and without any commands from an operator. So you give it a place to go and it'll find a way to get there. And on one, we had engineer assets to conduct a breach, explosives. And on the other, we had a CROWS system, which is essentially a turret that you can control. So we can reduce the cognitive load of getting an asset from one place to another by saying, hey, go here. Don't have to think about it after that. Doesn't need GPS. Does it all on its own. And then use that in either dangerous situations where you want to get soldiers away from it, or in more tactically advantageous situations where you want to get something closer. Mm-hmm. And we did kind of both those things, while also integrating like one-way attack or suicide drones, as the case may be.
But the most thing that people are aware of, suicide drones, armed vehicles, AI, Terminator.
Right.
So that's what's coming around, is everyone's going, hold on, where are we going? Yeah. And it doesn't even have to be the military. It can be just AI. Sure. AI in general. And Elon used to be anti, because he's like, look, if you have AI, the synthesis of AI is going to be, well, we're taking up too much energy. Yeah. We're the cancer of the earth. We're the bad ones. Right. But what do you say to that? I mean, that must be, because you're at the pointy end of the spear. the tip of the iceberg, whatever you want to call it, of all of this stuff that's actually happening in real time?
I think there's like maybe a misunderstanding or like a knowledge gap when people bring up maybe the apocalyptic view of AI in the military or like putting autonomy in weapons, which is that fortunately the United States military is a culturally and structurally principled, in some ways slow moving, and I don't mean that in a negative context, like principled and deliberate organization. I think if we wanted to introduce killer robots to the battlefield, we could not do it any other way other than extremely deliberate and safe. We're talking about bullets flying, bullets coming out of that robotic CROWS system. And every step of the way leading up to that, there's a huge amount of concern about, are we putting people at risk? Are we doing something that could potentially cascade into an unforeseen outcome? I don't have the same concerns being on the proverbial cutting edge, I guess, as maybe an outsider looking in, because those resource gaps that I talked about, we're not even close to implementing them at a wide scale.
Either this kid is like just lying, or he has no clue, or he's been indoctrinated into the ground. Or when he says we don't want to hurt people, he means like white people or something. Like, does he understand how war works from a Western perspective? Does he understand that these people mass murder children all of the time? What is this guy talking about?
And two, because we are extremely deliberate.
The interesting thing about you is Native young people are sort of figuring out new ways to use technology, figuring out new ways to sort of adapt technology, existing technology, to the battlefield or whatever you're interested in. Are you allowed to do that in the Army today? Like, do they let you run with technology? Do you come up with ideas and say, hey, I think this would be a great thing to do, and you can test things and do things and stuff like that?
It is definitely a new thing. I don't think that would have happened maybe 5-10 years ago.
Pro-military propaganda.
But it's also kind of the foundation of us being able to do that, where a couple of current and prior leaders
this is
looking
not
at the current situation of technology or the current capabilities that exist and saying, like, we need to do something ourselves. No one's coming to do it for us. And we've kind of taken that risk acceptance that leaders are still providing us, and we've been able to run. Now, at the time, I guess, and really where the change comes from, at the time when we started, something may have taken us 10 steps based on policy and administration to purchase a drone, arm it, and fly it into a target. Mm-hmm. I think we mapped it out once, something like 15 different approvals and 15 different systems.
Right.
And now that's been cut down dramatically by policy changes. And it's very unique to be in a position, especially at a tactical brigade, where federal policy is directly impacting the way that I can do things. There's been a change in policy concretely that's allowed us to, like you said, run. And that's what we need to do. And that's what we try and do. I say try because, there's blockers everywhere, but try and run. Because no one's coming to do it for us. Yeah. We own our warfighting tasks, and we own the protection of this brigade. I own it just as much as everyone walking around the camp. It's on us to figure out what we need and to make it happen. Fortunately, some changes in federal policy have enabled us to do it.
We recently took a plane from California to Utah, which was the first C-17 or ever any plane was a C-17 that took an atomic reactor. Correct.
Nice, yeah, Baylor Atomics.
I was on that.
No way.
Yeah.
Cool.
I want to talk to you about the future of energy. How important do you think energy is going forward, and then the sort of portability of atomic energy?
Yeah, it's really interesting because, like, I bring up those material constraints. When you look at a large-scale combat operation battlefield, there's a decline as you go toward the FLOT or the forward line of troops in accessibility of energy, the space that you have available, and like the weight you can carry. So that's always the spectrum against which we're optimizing. If you go closer to the battlefield in a soldier's hand, they're sitting there. They got to carry it, power it, and use it. Mm-hmm. So power, accessibility of computation resources, server stacks, etc., and like how much you can carry is a constantly constrained variable for us. Different from like a tech company that could like easily adapt a bunch of AI into their systems and processes. That's always our constraints. So power, incredibly important, and it's a limited resource on the battlefield. Moving it around is still very difficult. I mean, you're sitting on a giant battery that we put in the back of Humvees to power computers.
It's probably giving me cancer right
Yeah,
now.
probably. Yeah, probably. So that's always our constraints. There's things that we've done to try and like solve those gaps, but it's something we're always fighting. Right now, we move energy in the form of usually liquid to the battlefield. Also a really hard thing to move, resource intensive, large, heavy, etc. The unique thing about nuclear energy, and I think, you know, in my time studying nuclear engineering, there's always been a really kind of neat application to the military context, is that it can solve a lot of that, right? And the question of, you know, where it's best suited or how we would use it, I think is almost not an obvious one, but like Valar Atomics has noted, like we need to get this into a military context and show its value. I think the one thing that I found interesting when I was studying it and kind of seeing those reports is that once again, the military environment can serve as a test bed and proof of concept for the small modular reactor form factor because we have the need. I'm excited by that paving the way for small modular reactors and really just reactors in general to become a part of the American psyche and American energy production.
American psyche. What is this motherfucker on about? Oh my gosh.
Continuum, like once again.
So you see them coming back, and coming back as sort of modular, mobile, etc.
Right. I think modularity is helpful for the military, and I see that being a part of kind of our trajectory. The modularity is also helpful for like grid resilience for the United States, you know, in the homeland. But even just paving the way from a regulatory perspective to allow for like more efficient and larger reactors to come online as well.
Quantum computing has proven that quantum physics is correct, right? So all this dark matter, dark energy, basically we're redoing math as we go, we're redoing physics as we go. How big?
Can we move on? The voice is grating. Give it 1 second. Baby, okay, we can move on. We can move on. Do you guys want to move on? I felt like this is a really nice look at what's coming up, at the future. Okay. All right. We can move on. Okay. So I wanted to give you a view of where America's at. Okay. It's a fascinating insight into the mentality. Does the reporter call out any point? Idiots talking about quantum. My personal belief is that the bulk of this tech is less for wars abroad, but more for war at home. Like quantum computing, and this is the fucking problem, right? I think America is in a position now where it's really struggling to understand what the next phase looks like. I don't think America can truly see itself, or the United States of America can really see itself as part of a multipolar world, because it's dominated so much. I don't think America can fathom sharing the world with others. Or at least, you know, I think that's white supremacy in a nutshell, right? It's all projection. It's all about, you know, oh, we are the owners of the world, basically. I just feel like America's having a tough time adjusting to this new world. I don't know. And to me, that's a problem. Because, yeah, like I said, there's no violence like white fragility. There's no violence like white fragility. And I'll always say that. It's so real to me.
Attacked in the Strait of Hormuz. This is the first time in 9 it makes. It's a cargo ship that had just passed through the Strait of Hormuz. It was attacked by Iran. A strike that leaves any sort of an agreement between Trump and Iran as shaky and amorphous and undefined, and how many synonyms can I come up with on that, as it already was, is in question tonight. Now, what we know about this attack is that a cargo ship was hit by a one-way attack drone, according to the Wall Street Journal, which also reports that the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps was responsible. Now, Tehran is just showing the obvious here, though, but this action speaking louder than any word, showing that, yes, they are still in control of the Strait of Hormuz. They can shut it down whenever they want, despite what Trump just claimed.
As long as they respect us, I don't want to use the word fear because that's an inappropriate word, but as long as they respect us, we're not going to have any trouble. We have total control of the Strait.
Now, obviously, if you have total control of the Strait, other countries aren't bombing ships in the Strait. Okay, that's just to state the obvious. And it's not the only thing that we've been pointing out that Iran and the United States are just having completely different tales about. Trump says there's not going to be any that there will be nuclear inspectors inside Iran. I'm sorry. Iran is adamant that there will not be. Iran's president said its missiles are also not part of the agreement, saying, quote, the discussion over our missiles does not exist in the memorandum of understanding, and it never will, which is really mind-boggling because Trump said when he started the entire war as one of the core tenets of the reason that he bombed Iran was to limit the country's missile program.
Our objectives are clear. First, we're destroying Iran's missile capabilities, and you see that happening on an hourly basis, and their capacity to produce brand new ones, and pretty good ones they make.
It raises big questions about this so-called agreement.
So-called agreement and the negotiations. I mean, part of the 60-day negotiations, the 60-day deal that reopens the Strait of Hormuz says that in exchange for the United States removing the naval blockade, that Iran will ensure, or to the best that they can, ensure the safe passage of these commercial vehicles or vessels through the Strait of Hormuz. That is clearly not what they did here. It does not say only have these vessels go through Tehran's route. And that is what we heard from the Iran Revolutionary Guard. They had put out a statement before they actually attacked this ship, and they said in it that safe passage through the strait was limited to routes designated by Tehran, and that other routes were unacceptable and completely dangerous. Well, they're dangerous because of Iran and Iran striking them. They're flexing every single muscle they have here.
Or you could put it this way. It's dangerous because America has militarized Iran's borders, has militarized completely by building military bases in the Gulf and by I don't know how many troops there are in the Middle East, and by funding Israel endlessly. So, are these people stupid or just racist? Or both?
Here, saying they control the strait, saying that if you don't listen to the way that we want to control the strait, we are going to attack you. And that's what we saw here. Now, what's also interesting about this is there's been no comment from the White House on this. And what we've seen really in the past several days is that the White House, the administration, has been willing to not necessarily give Iran any kind of leeway here, but trying not to rock the boat. They want this deal to work. They want these negotiations to go through, and they want to be out of this war. We've known that for some time. President Trump looking for this off-ramp. But what this does is that technically it appears it actually breaks the deal. If it is Iran that is attacking this ship when they were supposed to be, to their best of their capabilities, keeping these vessels safe through the Strait of Hormuz. So what does that mean for the naval blockade? And again, we have not heard any actual comment.
When you look at American politics, when you look at America and when you look at anything happening with America, right? Whether it's foreign policy, foreign wars, or domestic policy and how the media reacts. None of this happens in a vacuum. All these reactions you're seeing are building up across many different issues. This is liberal media, and obviously a lot of internal conflicting views around Zoran Mamdani and what's happening in New York, and conflicting views about MAGA, conflicting views about whether Iran winning against Trump and making Trump look bad is a good thing for America, or is it a bad thing? Will the midterms change to fucking, ultra left-wing, communist, Marxist, red revolution? Like, they're going through, libs are fucking going through it right now. And they are shitting themselves. Okay? The amount of liberal cope on social media right now, liberals like going, stop using Democratic money for the DSA, or stop running on a Democratic ticket. Let Democrats win. Don't do this Marxist communist shit. Don't do DSA stuff with Democratic resources. It's all going off, folks. It's all happening, and it's happening to liberals in particular. They're feeling squeezed in the middle. They're feeling squeezed. It's like MAGA's fucking them, and then now DSA is fucking them. And, do they feel happy or sad about Donald Trump getting fucked up with Iran because they love Israel? It's like, imagine being a lib in America right now. Holy shit. It must be like their worst fears coming to life. Everything that they could think of that would be bad is happening to them right now. Everything. Every fucking thing. Like, Donald Trump is helping Venezuela. He's giving them... Should I feel happy that Donald Trump is helping Venezuela, or should I feel bad that he's doing a good thing? Oh my gosh. Libs are fucking losing it. I had a person on one of my videos with Venezuela. The comment was, so... See what happens? You were talking shit about libs before. Now what's Donald Trump doing with Venezuela? What's Donald Trump doing with Venezuela? Ha 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 ha. See, libs, Yeah, libs. And I was like, bro, you've just watched a video about tens of thousands of people potentially buried under the rubble because of an earthquake. And the first thing you thought about was yourself. The first thing you thought about was how you feel about Donald Trump and how you feel about me talking about libs. That is a liberal's mindset. They make themselves the center of attention even when there is absolute carnage happening to other people. It's so fucking sick. Liberals just... It's insane, man. These people have zero morals.
From the White House on this, but of course we know they're watching this very closely as they're trying to get through this negotiating period and get a final deal on the table.
Iran is sending the world a message. We're in control of the strait. You follow the routes we designate, or we're going to hit your ships. But even more important, the statement from the Persian Gulf Strait Authority, which has responsibility for tolls, is making the same kind of statement. So it indicates that they're going to be imposing tolls or fees. In a sense, they're almost mocking the president because he has given away so much of our leverage by lifting the sanctions and unfreezing assets. So I think what has to happen now, the administration has to think very hard about suspending the lifting of sanctions and the unfreezing of assets to regain our bargaining power, because clearly Iran is...
How the fuck do you gain your bargaining power back? They'll just shut the Strait of Hormuz down again. Like, there is no... This is the greatest fucking move, bro. This is the greatest move, and they don't know what to do. They don't know what to do. The Warhawks have no clue what to do.
Far from taking us seriously, this is a very ominous step.
Yeah, I mean, well, and there doesn't seem to be anything that they're in agreement on. As I said, it's confusing what was signed, when, and by who. All of that is confusing. But
is it?
Missiles are in it. The other side's missiles aren't. Nuclear inspectors are in it. No, they're not. The Strait's open, or we control it. No, we control it. There's not a single thing they appear to agree on, actually, except for the fact that Iran was getting money.
And the inspection issue is absolutely key, because if you recall, when a lot of us went along with the JCPOA, we insisted that there be airtight inspection and verification by the IAEA. Now the Iranians are saying no oversight, no verification, no inspection has been agreed to. That's a real sticking point.
And okay, so I want to ask you about something else here in the Middle East, actually. You're demanding an investigation into something very specific, which is reports of a secret
By the way, the guy speaking is a Democrat. The guy speaking is a Democrat. He wants to implement.
What the fuck they're doing? Do you understand that?
He wants to implement crushing sanctions on Iran to bring down the Iranian government again. Like, this is a Democrat. You see what I mean when I say that libs have no fucking clue what's going on? They are struggling right now. They are struggling. They don't know. They don't know what to do. They don't know whether they should start nuking Iran. Is what's happening in Iran a good thing because Donald Trump looks bad? Or is it a bad thing because, America looks bad? Do I support American imperialism, or do I support the Democratic Party? Do I support Israel? Oh my gosh, they're losing their minds.
$1 billion investment by an Emirati royal from the UAE into the Trump family cryptocurrency business. So there's this $500 million investment that you want investigation into, and this investment was made just 4 days before Trump's inauguration. That's the timing of it. Wall Street Journal first reported it and said it was an Emirati royal who was involved. So the Trump administration very soon thereafter gave the UAE access to special chips made by NVIDIA. What questions do you have here?
Well, this deal, Aaron.
Oh, hold on. Now they're going to talk about Qatar? What about the fact that America has been violating the Leahy Law for Israel as they commit war crimes? Why aren't you investigating that, you decrepit, distended scrotum of a man? Why are you not investigating the humanitarian legal system that has been completely dismantled by America? By your president, Joe Biden, and your vice president, Kamala Harris. Why? They want to investigate Qatar. Bro, these people are so fucking corrupt. It's annoying, man. It's so annoying.
Is probably the most overtly corrupt deal by any American president with any foreign official in American history. It's part of a pattern of corruption and self-enrichment. The deal was made with Donald Trump's family, his two sons, World Liberty Financial, which is their crypto firm, for $500 million of investment, but also $2 billion in the purchase of the stable coins that World Liberty Financial is selling. And then, magically, the Trump administration approved $1.4 billion in military sales and about $1 billion worth of advanced AE chips, which are necessary for the data center that the Emiratis want to establish. And it was all done by the Sheikh Tahun bin Zayed Al Nahyan, the brother of the president, the head of national security. So it is just profoundly, on its face, certainly corrupt. That's why we need a hearing and an investigation.
Okay, so a White House spokesperson told the Wall Street Journal that AI chips deal had, quote, everything to do with what's best for the United States and nothing to do with World Liberty Financial.
Well, the purchase of the stablecoins was made through World Liberty Financial, which is Donald Trump family and Witkoff family operation.
Yes,
They
the
may try to
sons both.
distinguish the two, but let them say it under oath in a hearing. Let them explain. The burden is on them to justify this apparent quid pro quo. If they've got a good explanation, let them give it under oath before the American people.
Well, it's a big statement if you say this is the most corrupt deal in the context of all the things that we're learning. Eric Trump, obviously, is one of the sons, Witkoff's son and Trump's son, who were involved in this, was in Dubai at a crypto conference praising the UAE for never getting caught up by bureaucracy, right? Essentially being able to do whatever they want to do. Here he is.
And I always say that the rest of the world has to be careful of the UAE for one reason. They always arrive at the word yes, which is a beautiful thing, and they do it quickly.
You know what's interesting here is what the UAE...
The day when Democrats start investigating, like the liberal media start talking about investigating the Democrats, is the day I know America's changing. Because this whole thing that only MAGA can be criminal is so fucked up to me. Because, bro, we've been watching. Why isn't that... What's his fucking name, bro? That guy... Anthony Blinken. Like, surely Anthony Blinken should be investigated, right? Surely Anthony Blinken should be investigated because he clearly ignored what USAID had said about Israel breaking laws. Like, why didn't the Leahy law impact that? You know, why is the Leahy law not important here? Why don't the liberal media want to investigate that? Because they want Israel to succeed in what it's doing. It's insane. America's so fucked, man. They pretend like they don't know what's going on. I think a lot of these people pretend like they don't know what's going on, but I think they do. Ultimately, they know what's happening here. They know that continuing to maintain a settler colony like Israel is starting to become a very unpopular policy. And it is going to tear the Democratic Party apart. But they just want to ignore the obvious. They want to ignore it and hope that it goes away. Look at this. Look at this insane data coming through. Check this.
I don't think that Israel has played a bigger role in any district any more than in this particular district. We are talking about New York's 10th district. I mean, chance to be the New York 10 Dem nominee. Dan Goldman, the incumbent, a hero of the Trump first impeachment trial among Democrats, only has a 3% chance of actually holding on to his Democratic designation to be the Dem nominee in this particular race. Brad Lander, who was last seen running for mayor in New York City, 98% chance. The reason why Dan Goldman is in trouble is because of the issue of Israel. He is seen by many in that district as being too pro-Israel. Lander has the endorsement of Zohran Mamdani, who, you know, obviously when it comes to the issue of Israel, has been much more pro-Palestinian than pro-Israeli.
Of course, this is what the Kalshi prediction markets are saying about this race tomorrow, but you can look at any of the polls that have been out there.
This matches up with the internal polling 100%.
All right. Democrats in general, how has their thinking changed on Israel?
Yeah, okay. So why are we seeing this right now in the Kalshi prediction markets? Well, it's part of a broader national picture, right? I mean, just look at the change over the past few years. You know, you go back to late 2023, who Dem voters sympathized more with. It was basically an even split, but perhaps slightly more with the Israelis than the Palestinians, 34% to 31%. Look at this Israeli percentage, though. Down through the ground, look at this, now just 16%. This Palestinian percentage, about doubled. The percentage of Democrats who say they sympathize more with the Palestinians has about doubled in just 2.5 years. Look at that, from 31% to now the clear majority of Democrats now say they sympathize more with the Palestinians than the Israelis, a 60% to 16%. So a 3-point spread in favor of Israel has become what? A 44-point spread in favor of the Palestinians in terms of who Democratic voters sympathize more with.
And that's Democratic voters writ large. What about Jewish Democrats?
Yeah, so if you know anything about New York 10, you know that it is one of the most heavily Jewish congressional districts in the country. And so you might say to yourself, hey, why what applies nationally would necessarily apply in New York 10? Well, this is one of the more interesting questions and crosstabs that I have seen. Did Israel commit genocide in Gaza? This is among Jewish Democrats. And even among Jewish Democrats, the majority of Jewish Democrats say yes. 52% do believe that Israel committed genocide in Gaza compared to just 39% who say no.
Very, very interesting. And look, support among pro-Israel groups has been a campaign issue across the country.
Yeah, absolutely. Zohran Mamdani, I mentioned him in the early part of the segment, said in a rally this past week that AIPAC is quote-unquote monsters. This may actually play in a Democratic primary. Among Democrats, AIPAC backing makes you less likely to vote for them or more likely. In 2024, it was 34% who said less likely to vote for him, but now it's the majority, up 19 points in 2026 to 53%. Just 5% of Democrats actually say that AIPAC backing makes them more likely to vote for a candidate. So Zohran Mamdani seems to be on the side of Democratic voters. Of course, we'll see if that plays out in the polls tomorrow.
Elections are tomorrow. We will wait for those results, Harriet, and great to see you.
Nice to see you, Johnny B.
We got a lot of news this morning. We'll be right back.
Yeah, they avoided talking about Israel. They avoided talking about the impact of Israel. They avoided talking about the impact of the genocide in Gaza. Genocide of the Palestinians in Gaza. They avoided it. They avoided it because they just wanted it to pass over. But it's not happening. It's not happening. You can't just ignore this. You can't just ignore this away. They'll ignore it. They'll ignore it, right? They'll ignore it, and by the time they know it, the change would have happened. And it's happening right in front of their faces. Here's Josh Shapiro in complete denial. Josh Shapiro in complete denial of what's going on. Hold up. Let me just find Josh Shapiro's fucking thing. You guys know who Josh Shapiro is, right? Is it Pennsylvania? Is he a Pennsylvania guy? That guy is a tool bag as well. Or as I like to say, a douche nozzle. Here he is. Shapiro. Listen to him. Oh, Dana Bash as well. Fucking looks like Dana Bash is spending every day in what do you call it? Oh my gosh. Just forgetting words. She looks like she's at a funeral, guys. She looks like she's a funeral. She's at a funeral.
Democratic voters in New York chose 3 candidates backed by Zohran Mamdani, far left and Democratic Socialist candidates. What message?
Why are they calling Zohran Mamdani far left? How fucking stupid is this? Oh, by the way, did you guys see Zohran Mamdani's big win today? We're going to watch that in a bit.
What do you take from that about where your party is?
Well, those were races in individual districts in a whole other state. I think you're seeing very different looking congressional races and certainly different Democratic candidates here in Pennsylvania. I think what is important are the people who are making a lot of noise, who are engaging in these performative politics, have to now figure out how to deliver results. It's one thing to speak in platitudes during a campaign. It's a whole other thing to actually deliver for people who are genuinely hurting, who genuinely need to see cost of living go down, meaning their ability to make ends meet, go up, fixing a broken healthcare system, reining in excesses, being able to, give people the promise of liberty that we've talked about. And I think we as a party need to find our way toward candidates who actually can deliver for people and make their lives better. I think what our party has to go through that will be very healthy and something we've not really done since the 1992 election cycle, is to have a battle over what we believe in, to have a battle over the ideas that we are going to hold on to.
What? What? What do you mean? Like, being against genocide? Is that an idea?
And campaign on, and then deliver on as a way to make people's lives better.
What is he talking about, man?
Democratic.
This is what I mean, right? They're avoiding the real subject. They don't want to talk about the genocide. They don't want to talk about the elephant in the room, Israel. They just don't want, they want to avoid the subject as much as possible. Continuing to call people who oppose Israeli policy anti-Semites is what's causing this. They just want it to go away. It's not going to go away. What? Oh my gosh. What are you saying? Reproduce content, man. I'm literally not playing anything on the screen. TikTok is after me, guys. Again. Feels bad, man. My sub just expired. He's still doing the SOCDEM policies do not work argument. It's just, stupid. Trump has buggered himself so good. They've all done it. I feel like being against genocide should be a baseline. 100%. Like, I'm telling you, things are changing. The New York elections prove that. They had a clean sweep. I would love to believe it, but it's America, right? They'll just bomb somebody. They'll just end up bombing New York.
New follower detected.
Shaunathon, thank you so much for the follow. They may just end up bombing New York. America, bro, you never know. One would think G-side was a deal breaker. Yeah. Imagine that. Too many SOCDEMs in New York. We're losing elections. Yep, let's just bomb New York. Fuck it. Do it live. Mamdani. What was it? Rent freezing? Rent freeze? They did it in Philly. Okay, wait. So this was Mamdani's core policy, one of Mamdani's core promises, right? Policy promises?
Proposal 1 is as followed. 1-year lease, 0%. 2-year lease, 0%. Do I have a motion to adjourn?
Motion.
Second? We're adjourned. Thank you. A summary of Proposal 1 is as followed.
Intifada.
Wait, so that was one of his core things, right? Rent control was one of his core things. So he did it. Did he do it? Did he do what he promised? A landlord is debating with tenants. Oh,
what tenants gotta get? What tenants gotta get? I'm running free for what? I had to create my own tenant association. The management is terrible. But you know what? I'm running free for what? What tenants gotta get? What tenants gotta get? I'm running free for what?
Bro, tenants talking back to landlords. Let's go. Oh, this is so good. Look at this landlord.
What tenants gotta get? What tenants gotta get? I'm running free for what? I had to create my own tenant association. The management is terrible. But you know what? I'm running free for what? What tenants gotta get?
Damn. So he delivered it. He did do it.
Housing is a human right. Housing is a human right. Housing is a human right. Tenants united will never be defeated. 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 Housing is a human right. Tenants united
will never be defeated. Okay, let's read this quickly. I want to understand this a little bit more, so let's read this. Mamdani delivers rent freeze in milestone for New York City tenants. New York City's Rent Guidelines Board voted to freeze rents for roughly 1 million stabilized apartments, handing Mayor Zohran Mamdani a major political victory and delivering on a central promise that launched him to City Hall. The board voted 7-1 to pass the freeze, which applies to both 1- and 2-year leases. It is the first time that rents for longer-term rentals agreements have been frozen. That's it? This is it? This is all Bloomberg wrote about this historic moment? Bruh. What? Some dude is trying to get on Zohran's dick.
I commend Mayor Mamdani on his new rent freeze. Roughly 2 million New Yorkers live in rent-stabilized apartments. This is expected to save renters as much as $6.8 billion frozen over all 4 years. But we also have to address the structural factors of our housing crisis. This is just a Band-Aid for now. To truly address the housing crisis, we need to increase the housing supply, and we have to make sure vacant apartments are on the market. New York needs to build more housing units for every New Yorker. I, along with my colleagues,
I think there's going to be a massive influx of people going to New York, folks. There's going to be a massive amount of people wanting to live in New York. New York's going to become the Mecca again. Oh my gosh. Oh, let's look at this guy. What's his name? Andrew Cuomo.
You know, those were I call them the TikTok promises that he put forth in the primary. None of them are real. The mayor is going to freeze the rent. People think it means he's going to freeze their rent. No. First of all, the mayor has no ability to freeze anybody's rent. No legal ability. It's done by an independent board that is term appointed, and then it's only for about 25% of the housing units, called the rent stabilized units. So it will have no consequence. It will never happen. We're going to have a government-owned grocery store, one in each borough. We have 16,000 grocery stores. 5 grocery stores are not going to make a difference. Free buses. It's not up to the mayor, it's up to the state. State said they're not going to do it. It's all BS. It's all campaign rhetoric. None of it will change anybody's life. You know, those were the...
Oh, he was so wrong. Cuomo was wrong, bro. He was so wrong. Okay, this is what Mamdani said on Chris Hayes. Let's go, Mamdani. Say something nice.
There's a lot of folks, I would say, in New York who, let's say broadly in sort of pro-Israel coalition, I think that's how they would describe themselves, who view last night as about that single issue. Basically, what they will say is, particularly if you look at Goldman and Lander, like this was really about Israel, and it was motivated by people's feelings about Israel. And I think the pro-Israel folks would say, you know, their anger, their rage. Some even say it's anti-Semitism. I don't necessarily sign on to that, but do you think it was?
I don't necessarily sign on to that. Chris Hayes is that liberal fucking media pundit who's like trying to be your friend, but you know the guy's just seething inside because of the changes that are happening. He hates it.
Like fundamentally, is that what it was about? The people and the Democratic Party supporting fundamentally or not doing enough to oppose the actions of the Israeli government over the last several years and continuing actions in Gaza?
I think that played a major role. And it played a major role because New Yorkers have had to watch as tens of billions of our tax dollars have been spent on bombs that not only shred international law, but also the lives of civilians. And what they've seen is that while it is a Republican administration that is doing it now, it was also something that was bipartisan and continues to be. And I think there is a desire to see a politics of life be at the center of what we are fighting for. And, you know, I think if you're looking at Brad and his race and his candidacy, he led with such a humanity and in many ways an embodiment of what Mr. Rogers would speak about in the actions of a good neighbor. And he would speak about the fact that he is going to Congress not only to fight against bigotry, whether it be anti-Semitism or Islamophobia, but also to make clear that he is going to fight against the occupation, against the genocide. He's going to co-sponsor, as well as Claire Valdez and Daria Lisa will, the Block the Bombs Act to stop our federal government from sending those kinds of shipments to the Israeli military. And I think that's what's in line with what so many New Yorkers are desperate to see. And all of this is all the more difficult for a New Yorker to accept when at the same time they're having trouble affording life in the nation's most expensive city. At the same time as we're greenlighting tens of billions of dollars for Netanyahu's wars, we're being told, sorry, we just can't help you make it a little bit easier to afford your rent check or your groceries or your childcare or even your public transit. And I think that what we saw is that New Yorkers were fed up with a status quo of our politics where we're stuck explaining why this is the best we're going to have, as opposed to advocating for the working person who's being left behind by that same status quo.
I just feel duty-bound to point out the federal government budget is like trillions of dollars, depending whether you account for security. So in the grand scheme of things, I mean, you're right. There's been about $30 billion to Israel. There's lots and lots of billions of dollars that could be found for those things, even if we were to continue.
What? What? Oh, you see what I mean? You see what I mean, Chris Hayes? He's trying to justify giving billions of dollars to Israel. That ending was crazy. Look at this shit. Just listen to this shit.
We're fed up with a status quo of our politics where we're stuck explaining why this is the best we're going to have, as opposed to advocating for the working person who's being left behind by that same status quo.
I just feel duty-bound to point out the federal government budget is like trillions of dollars, depending whether you account for security. So in the grand scheme of things, I mean, you're right. There's been about $30 billion to Israel. There's lots and lots of billions of dollars that could be found for those things, even if we were to continue.
Yeah, this is why I say Chris Hayes is a liberal D-bag, right? Like, listen to that. Like, he tried to justify giving billions of dollars to war. He tried to act like it was fine, you know? It was okay. It's just a few billion. What does it matter? But where's the fucking healthcare, Chris? Where's the healthcare, bro? Where the fuck is the healthcare? The libs are having a moment right now, folks. It's like they don't know how to react to this moment. They are being squeezed from both sides. They're being called out by MAGA. They don't know whether to call out MAGA for things like, do they need to ally with MAGA to get rid of the pesky, far left radicals? Like, libs don't know that they're losing their mind. Like, oh, so now we can't just support fascism whenever we feel a little uncomfortable because we might lose the elections? We can't just go, okay, let Donald Trump take power. Or, get on a stage with fucking Dick Cheney. This is a big moment for liberalism. A big moment. Because what I'm seeing on social media is a breakdown of common sense for liberals. Liberals are struggling to make sense of this time. They really are. So this is here are some sweet treats. A New York City panel just voted to freeze rents for nearly 1 million rent-stabilized apartments, fulfilling one of Zohran Mamdani's campaign. The New York Times. You mean to tell me all we had to do was put the socialist in charge and our costs would come down in months? What a total disaster for the rental market. I hope no one in New York City needs to move apartments because they're not going to be able to now. What? Hey, Davey. Oh, my God. The snake! The cope is so good, man. This is what they were afraid of. A real man of the people who would follow through on his promises to make the working families live better and more affordable. Never let them tell you that the government is evil and can do nothing to help you. Quite the opposite. No, the government is evil. But they can do stuff. Oh my gosh. Yeah, this. If you enjoy liberal tears, everybody, if you enjoy liberal tears, this is going to be not the mum dussy. This is going to be a really good moment for you to sign up to X. I know that a lot of you are reluctant to sign on to X, but there's a lot of cope happening right now on X. The right wing is the Nick Fuentes of the world are fucking coping. Oh, check this out. This is a Nick Fuentes clip. I don't know if Nick Fuentes is terms of service or not, but I'm just gonna play it because it's hilarious. It's something everybody should hear. Hold up. Where are you, Nick? Where are you, Nick Fuentes? Oh man, Hakeem Jeffries.
Is that it certainly was the case.
Check out Hakeem Jeffries.
In terms of the races in New York, what's interesting is that it certainly was the case that in some of those districts, which tended to be, higher income, districts in many parts of New York City, there was an outsized focus on issues connected to the Middle East. Now, in terms of the races in New York, what's interesting is that it's...
So Hakeem Jeffries downplays significance of the New York election, saying they were high-income districts that had outsized focus on issues connected with the Middle East. Ooh. Oh my gosh, listen to the white lady tears on this one. Oh my gosh. She wants to call the police on the people who won. Daria Lisa, she wants to call the police on Daria Lisa and deport her so badly, bro. How dare this brown woman get power?
Not implying that being pro-Palestinian and
no, there were pro-Hamas
chants
taking place at this rally.
October 8th, the only thing that had happened is that Israel had been attacked and people had been brutally murdered and raped. And so on October 8th, I don't think there needed to be rallies cheering on Hamas. You're calling her an anti-Semite? I'm going to full-blown call her an anti-Semite. She would proudly call herself that, trust me. And I recall a lot of people talking about Mamdani and what a terrible mayor he was going to be and what an anti-Semite he was, and he has proven to be quite the opposite. He's proven to be a kingmaker, a leader. Great for this city. So
that's your opinion.
Yeah. Not implying that being
Oh, The View. Did you watch this Believer in Christ? Did you watch this episode of The View? it's always October the 7th, but never how it got there. Yeah, exactly. Emma Vingeland. So sick of white women victimizing themselves when any person of color shows humanity towards Palestinians. This blonde lady gets to feel scared of a black woman by treating a call for liberation as a bigoted attack against the oppressor. That's what white supremacists do. Whoa! This is what you call using your privilege for good. This is what you call using your white privilege for good. This is good. This is how you should speak. So sick of white women victimizing themselves when any person of color shows humanity towards Palestinians. This blonde lady gets to feel scared of a black woman by treating a call for liberation as a bigoted attack against the oppressor. That's what white supremacists do. Damn! Damn! Wow.
Globalized intifada.
That is based, okay? That is based. That is so good. Oh. That's what? That's my opinion? What do you mean? Is that... Please put a kappa if you're being sarcastic. Oh, here we go. This is funny. This is hilarious, by the way. Despite his politics, Nick says he could never live in a deep red state like Oklahoma and instead prefers to live in a liberal city.
Sam Flee sent $5. Leaving Chicago for OKC was the best decision I ever made. It's the best major city in the country.
Oklahoma City? Dude, what are you, on drugs? Yeah, I'm going to go to Oklahoma. I'm going to get a big 10-gallon hat. I'm gonna walk around like this. I'm gonna walk around like this with my belt buckle. Hey y'all, I'm in Oklahoma. What are you, high? You think I would ever? I'm gonna live in Oklahoma where it's fucking 10 trillion degrees and the whole state is red? I don't think so. I've never been there, but I don't think so. I don't know what's wrong. I actually like liberals. I actually like living near and around liberals. I like living around them. They're cultured. You know, I don't want to eat barbecue all the time, actually. I don't want to eat a bunch of smoked meat in, like, syrup. Because that's what's good food down there. You say, what's your specialty? So we smoke.
He hates his culture.
Meat, and then we cover it in syrup. We cover it in sweet and spicy syrup. Oh, that's great. What else you got? Mac and cheese. So that's cheese sauce on noodles. Do I have that right?
Nick F
so you
is
have
a bottom.
Meat with syrup on top, and then pasta and cheese sauce. And that's your specialty. Yup. Okay, well, you know, I think I'll just stick around here, actually. I think I'm good with the lattes, actually. I think I'll take the matcha. I think I'll stick with the lattes and the avocado toast and all that.
Hey, Cletus. Get over here, buddy. I was thinking. I was kind of thinking, Cletus. Shall we move this show to San Francisco? I like them colored flags. I heard they got an app there called Grindr. I've been kind of playing around with it, you know. You can bring your cousin, but I think they got rules against that kind of thing in San Francisco. I like them colored flags. I was listening to Trump. I was on them Grindr. I had a great night, Cletus. Tell you what, those blue states, God damn it, they may not be that bad after all. Bring on the dick. I'm telling you, Cletus, San Francisco, I'ma suck so much dick. Don't tell your mother. I'll slap you around, you fool. Now get me my goddamn moonshine, will you? Shut the fuck up, boy. God damn it. The real Alabama. The real Alabama. Yo! Oh my God. Oh shit. Oh shit. Isn't Grindr the most popular app at Turning Point conventions? No, I think Grindr said that Trump rallies are like Grindr Super Bowl. I know people are upset with Tucker Carlson for his past, but that man has grown and evolved. No, man. Tucker Carlson grown and evolved into what? Into... He hasn't grown and evolved. This is funny, though. This is funny. Tucker Carlson is... Tucker Carlson's a white supremacist. Because Tucker Carlson loves what ICE is doing. And people are listening? Nah. Nah. He's not anti... He's a white supremacist. He loves ICE. He wants people deported. As someone from Nebraska, your imitation was spot on. Nice. He's going to run for president, bro. Nah. Tucker Carlson is a Christian. He's pro-life. He's anti-LGBTQIA+. He's just a fascist. He's just a fascist who's trying to be a moderate fascist, you know, if there is such a thing. But fascism is fascism. He's a white supremacist.
But do you believe, okay, but John, do you believe that the ratio of civilian deaths to enemy combatant terrorist deaths in Gaza, for example, is the best ratio, if you like, that we've seen in modern warfare? Is that your belief?
And so I stated that early in the war when there were people doing false comparative analysis.
But do you still believe that about Gaza?
Absolutely.
Okay, so my question for you is very simple then.
It's aggregated.
Okay, but my question for you is very simple.
Here's what is the...
No, but hang on, John. Let me finish my question. I will let you answer. I will let you answer, but because you said that, let me just give you my question.
Bepiada. Thank you for the follow.
To make that assessment, you would have to know how many civilians have been killed, wouldn't you?
Yep.
So how many is it?
So I take both the numbers that we all have available.
Have you seen the goddamn ratio? It's like 10-1 Hamas, man. Come on now. So how many people have been killed?
I don't filter them through some prism of intentionality and already.
But no pro-Israeli guest has been able to tell me the numbers, so maybe you can enlighten everybody. How many civilians have been killed in Gaza?
Sure. So I take the Hamas number that they provide, which doesn't distinguish between civilian and combatants, and then I take the one that Israel provides. I have done enough research on all the numbers of any urban battle to understand when do we have a number, and then how is it determined.
Sure, so how many civilians have been killed?
According to Hamas, 72,000.
What is your belief?
My belief is that we don't have a number, but if we take Hamas's number and then we compare it to Israel's numbers of combatants, How many fighters do you think Hamas has, Gaza?
Okay, let's take the Israel number of combatants. So I've asked Israeli ambassadors how many civilians have been killed. They can always tell me how many Hamas have been killed.
That's right.
But they can
You know
never
why?
tell
They can't tell you how many civilians
But
have died?
oddly, they can never tell me how many civilians have been killed. So my simple question for you is to make the assessment that the ratio has never been better than it is in Gaza in terms of combatants killed compared to civilians. You'd have to know both numbers. You have to, right? So my question again is simple: how many civilians have actually been killed in Gaza?
So that would be a question.
You don't know, do you?
Fair comment.
You don't know.
So when people talk about how many civilians have died, you just started the show talking about an indiscriminate number, a high number of civilians. You too don't have access to information to know that body.
No, but you're the
that we're
one making
pointing
the
at-
claim that the ratio is the best we've seen. I don't think it's unreasonable. I don't think it's unreasonable, John, in that context of that claim, to simply ask you that obviously to make that assessment, you must know how many civilians have been killed and how many Hamas terrorists have been killed. If you don't know, I don't know how you can make the assessment.
I mean, I guess you could challenge the qualitative analysis of any war in the history of war.
I'm only asking you about your claim. You said it was the best ratio, and yet I'm simply asking you, okay, so what is the ratio? How many civilians? How many Hamas?
And I'm trying to explain to you the qualitative analysis.
But do you know the answer or not?
Yes.
What is it?
It is based on Hamas's number.
Just give me a number of civilians who've been killed for you to make your judgment that the ratio is the best in modern times. Okay, that's your claim. I respect your right to have a claim. But to back it up, you have to know the two numbers. You have to better tell me this number of civilians were killed and this number of Hamas. And then we can all decide whether that is the best ratio of modern times. But if you don't know, now's your chance to say, actually, I don't know. Because I don't think you do you?
Oh shit! The guy knows what he's doing too. The guy knows what he's doing. Gosh, what a clown. Okay, guys, it's midnight here. I better go get some rest and come back tomorrow. So, okay, I have spent the whole day today kind of trying to assess.
So there we are.
So there we are, yeah. Trying to assess what's up with YouTube and stuff, and YouTube is obviously not allowing my videos to flourish. So tomorrow I'm gonna get some nice rest tonight. Tomorrow I'm gonna wake up and I've got another video on the cards. I'm going to be talking about the reparations side of things. I've wanted to make this one after my previous video that I made about reparations. In terms of the 19-point plan that was spoken about at the summit in Nigeria. I believe it was Nigeria. Was it in Nigeria? Hopefully. But the CARICOM countries presented a proposal for reparations to Africa and CARICOM together. And I'm going to break down where to from here. And I'm going to be posting that video tomorrow. So please look out for that. I'm going to try and, make it really nice. Let's see. But YouTube is struggling. I don't know why they're doing this, but they're nickel and diming me on views. They're not even pushing it out. It sucks. Lots of effort, but who gives a shit? Let's just keep going, and I'll let you guys know about that video tomorrow. And if you could like and share it tomorrow, that would be great. Anyway, who the heck are we rating? Who are we rating, folks? Who are we rating? US a-hole? Oh, we gotta raid Neuro. Can we raid Neuro, please? Can we raid Neuro? Let's go. We're going to raid Nero. Guys, if you want to raid along with us, jump onto Twitch. Nero's awesome. A really, really awesome streamer. Pretty fucking cool. We'll raid them tonight, and then I'll catch you guys tomorrow, okay? Thank you so much, everybody. Thank you so much. It was awesome hanging out with all of you. I'll be back again tomorrow night. Please look after yourself. Look after your families. Take care, and I will see you all tomorrow. Kakite, everybody. Po Marie. Kakite, po Marie. Look after yourselves. Thank you so much. Morena, if it's your morning. Love all of you. All right, Raiders, here we go. In 3, 2, 1. Enjoy the raid. Please say hi to Nero for me, okay? And thank you so much, TikTok and YouTube. I will catch you all soon. Take care, everybody. I will catch you all soon. Kakite. Free Palestine.